what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
You know you left me lonely, I could tell them the whole story. It may take a couple hours, I've got time, let's get to chat. How could I explain the situation? Man, it's so damn complicated. Where do I start, where do I end? I should go back to bed. I'm going back to all the basics, teaching myself now how to erase it. It's like learning a whole new language, and I'm afraid, too scared to face it. I just want consistent clarity, but all my thoughts destroying me. Some peace of mind is all I need to give peace to all of my family. I can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask, don't play pretend. You think you are everything I need, but I gotta leave. Try but can't get through to me. It's not you, yeah, it's always me. I close my heart to you, you see it opens up for nobody. It's been so hard to fall asleep. The weather always makes my nose bleed, makes my nose bleed. It's so hard to believe that one day I'll feel peace. I want control over my life, I want that driver's seat. Yeah, it's not you that I need. You push me down when I'm weak. You were never there for me. Go pick up your keys and leave. I can't go back to you, my friend. can't go back to you, my friend. Don't even ask, don't play pretend, 'cause you think you are everything I need, but I gotta leave. Ooh, you wanna come and get me, kick me down and make me hurt myself. Oh no, you will never forget me. I'm imprinted on your heart, I swear, I swear. At times you make me angry, but I know that it could always be worse, be worse, be worse. Baby, baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I know everything that was about you. No, I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws that stopped you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go, we go. Didn't think you would ever believe in me. Now I see your colors, now they're in my dreams. Do I need a doctor? Do I just need sleep? 'Cause I've been up for almost 3 weeks. Ooh, you think you got to me? All you did was use me. Round and round we go, we go. Baby, baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I know everything that was about you. No, I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws that stopped you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go, we go. Baby, baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I know everything that was about you. Now I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws that stopped you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go, we go. Oh yeah.
My head in my hands, listen up, says my teacher. In front of the class, he says if you're not a believer, off my views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Off my views, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to the end, I sing you. Gotta know all this propaganda, how do you do? Better get it in my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me close up with a slow motion crew, and we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause
Just want to be myself. Don't talk to nobody else. I want to be someone special. I don't want to be a typical person. To get away from my devil. Start from fresh with a fundamental. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I'm learning how to be a better version of you. And now I realize I'm talking to myself. Doesn't really need to be forever. Doesn't make you feel better. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players, to another installation of the Siege Double Shot coming at you, Blitz Gaming Series style. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, my partner and co-host this evening, and always, Mr. Whiskey Run. Say hello, Whiskey.
Yeah, welcome everyone to the Blitz Gaming Series kickoff tournament. This one's been building for a while. Some of the ex-admins of the Wild Goose Chase and us got together to bring you a Blitz Gaming Series. Really looking forward to this. The tournament kicking off. We're going to do 4 best of ones tonight as we roll through a double elimination bracket to see who is going to win that $500 prize pool. 400 to first and 100 to second, my friend.
Yeah, I'm super excited, and we've got some really good-looking teams coming up for that as well. Especially first one. This will be some names that you know and love, AO.
Let's go. The Wanted Goons taking on Army of 5. So, a couple changes on the Army of 5 style, changing out their IGL, bringing in Dolly to replace Padip. And Wanted Goons, that roster has been all over the place, up and down with who was going to be a part of that team, but back together again with most of that same roster. So, Reppers, HUD, Valeno, X Siege, and Hectic coming in. So, looking forward to that, my friend.
Oh man, me too. And just want to say, the video at the beginning, chef's kiss. What a cool way to start off this series. Speaking about starting off, let's see where we're going to be starting this evening as we get into the map bans. Real quickly, you can see that Night Haven Labs and Border taken off the board. Consulate and Chalet to follow. Skyscraper not going to be in the mix. Dub House, Gonzo, Garbanzo, Bank and Oregon going to be the next to fall in line, leaving us with Cafe. I'm okay with Cafe.
That is definitely weird that apparently that graphic didn't update. That is strange. Because the map we're actually going to is Border.
I
No?
thought that's what it was, but hey, I'm just looking at the screen here, man.
I guess we're gonna have to ask
Border,
the OPL
baby!
admins about that one.
So disregard everything that I just said. We're actually headed to Border. One of my absolute favorite maps in the competitive map pool because it's Soft Breach City, right? Look for those cheeky angles. Look for a lot of that verticality to be had. Very specific bands that come out, targeted or not. I'm really in love with Border, of course.
Yeah, although I know you always want to. We've sort of transitioned into Night Haven being your favorite, so looking forward to see that hopefully later. Like we talked about, we're going to see 4 of the best of ones tonight, 2 of the upper bracket games, and I think we're about ready, my friend.
Let's send it.
All right.
All right. Jinx.
Into the bands. Here we go.
Okay, so yeah, let's get into it. Border, it's a best of 1. This is a sprint. This is not a marathon. You got to, for sure, get in and get active early, and especially if you're Army of 5, you're going to want to hit this attack with a boom. We're going to see Ying be the first to fall, and it's not surprising, of course, is like we've talked about before, she's got an 80% ban rating across the leagues for us here on the Siege Double Shot. We hardly ever get to see her play. If I had to guess, it's either going to be the Dokkaebi or the Monty to come up next, although we have seen the Brava ban here.
There you go.
Yep.
Called it out. Monty going to be dropping off there. So Army of 5, it's kind of surprising, actually. I know we've had a chance to cast them in a few different leagues. They really enjoy playing Monty, so interesting that he's off the board, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he's become a vital part of some of these classic pushes, and Border is no exception in that one. And after his buff, he can be in those 1vx scenarios and still consider it winnable. So Fenrir going to be the next to fall here on the defense. Don't want to make yourself push into that purple haze that can disorient and disorganize your push. So he's going to be the next to fall. If I had to guess, Solus on the follow-up? Nope, it's going to be Valkyrie. A little bit of that intel.
That's right, wanting to get the intel off the board. So Wanted Goons going to Border, though. That seems like could be a bit of a a bit of a worrisome scenario here for this team. So I hope Army of Five is bringing everything. We know they love to start on attack. So is that going to be exactly what they need to try and win enough of these attacking rounds to take them down?
It's the good question. It's a good question. I think with normal teams, yes, it has proved to be a workable strat in the past, but these are no slouches we're talking about. It is going to be the wanted goons on the other side of it. And so let's talk about that defense, Whiskey. Already you can see the cap can coming out. We love it on the first round because it's cheeky, it slows down the pace, and that's exactly what we're looking here for the defense, right? We want that sixth man of time to take over if you're on the defense. So couple it with the dock for a little bit of health, a classic mirror, probably to solidify that fountain area. Or fountain office area, and then a Rooney for the long guns. This is already a very fun, formidable defense. But if Capcan gets sussed out early, you're already seeing the Brava on the board.
Yeah, you're talking about that. Okay, making the change, bringing out the Brava potentially there because of the Capcan. Good call, but the DMRs have just been really dramatic, I think, from a defensive perspective. Plus, now Rooney's got that and the 2.5 right instead of just having to run the hollow. Huge, I think, that she's able to bring that one out. And putting it on the outside of the wall, interesting, because that's going to prevent. Does that prevent the Ash charge from opening up the window?
That's right. Well, at least one of them. So, look at this Brava drone already getting active, but they're going to get sussed out, lose the clutch drone immediately. Buck going to get some underneath action here as he's going to start to establish some of that vertical pressure. Taking a look at the stairs, looking to catch somebody potentially on that cross back into sight, and quickly just getting a lot of that utility off the board. Demented's going to be the first to fall, however, as Repper's going to take him down, now putting us into a 5v4. He's got plenty of time left here on the clock since it starts to count down. You need to stop and take a little bit of a look here, right? A little bit of that mid-round drone play. Buck going to be back in there to take the shots. Oh man, and he didn't see him down there, so potentially he might have this kill. It's going to be the first bit of contest. Sees him, takes the shot, not going to find it, however, as he's able to get out of there with only a minimal amount of damage.
Yeah, Buck holding that angle from down at the bottom of metal, just waiting for Reppers to make the peak. He eventually did, but not at the same time that Adexi was holding that angle. So walks away with his life, gives him a little bit extra time, got some knowledge there. So we're going to see Brava has got one clutch drone left. To see whether or not she can steal some of this utility, but Doc up on top of the table in security, looking down, playing a very vertical game here from the Wanted Goons defensive side.
Yeah, so they do get that clutch drone off the board, Whiskey. Not going to be very much intel to be had out of there. Oh, geez, the swing! It's going to be the Doc, but his stim is going to be for naught as he gets taken down. Now puts us into a 3v4. Twitch is going to be the next to fall at 4v2. Unfortunate now. It's going to be the long bomb. Capcan going to get taken down, and they're going to be able to pick Dexy back up, taking us into a 3v2, but it's a low health scenario, so the rotate through customs as he hears the beepers go off. Now he has the shot, the intel, takes one from a distance, triple kill, but he turns his back. He's going to get gunned down, now puts us into a 1v2, and Buck going to take the scenic route and get some relative safety here.
Dexy an absolute gunner, so the question is, can he hold on here? He's got to take out that DMR from Hectic we talked about at the onset. Does have diffuser, but this is a tough push in to see. Is he going to walk through the metal detector?
15 seconds remaining.
The defense has just got some time to wait. Going to get a couple flashes in, but the BP giving his exact location out. Hectic going to finish that one off. Just good pings coming out there. They knew exactly when he was going to swing.
Yep, you called it. It was the devastation from a distance as that DMR was ringing out yet again. So yeah, already we're gonna see the DMRs being impactful. I hope that we see that DMR battle that we saw in one of the last matches that we cast, because it's cheeky angles from the long distance, and border is the perfect place for that. So as the first round does go to the Wanted Goons, we are going to take it down to bathroom tellers for the next site. Lean a little bit into that intel and intel denies. We're going to see Mozzie and Mute enter the board, but I think the highlight pick, the one we see banned off a lot here in Border Whiskey, it's the Solus on the board.
Yep, Solus coming out.
Attackers
So
need to
I
locate
think
and defuse as many bombs
great
as they
play
can.
here on border. Fenrir, he's been banned out so much that it's almost like now he's the default ban, where we were seeing Solus be that for such a long time, making an appearance here though, and she's still the nerf coming out to her. I don't think is live yet, where her gadget is not active during the prep phase. So you still got a little bit more time to be able to use that. I think that we're gonna see her pick rate drop off a little bit once that nerf comes through. For now, though, really focusing from the Wanted Goon side on
10
getting
seconds
rid
to
of the intel from this attacking team, like you called it out. Mozzie, Mute, and Solus.
5
That's a
seconds left
trifecta
before
of dealing
insertion.
with drones.
Yeah, and look at that. I don't know that
Attackers
Solus
must
pick rate
locate
going
and
to drop
defuse
all
the
that
bomb.
all that much. Maybe a little bit, but she's still going to be such an effective use of intel inside of the actual match that I think she's still going to be picked quite a bit. we got along with shooting drones in the prep phase before Solus, so I think we'll be able to do it afterwards, right?
That is true, but you know what? I hate that drone insight, my friend.
Man, he sure does. So on the side of the attack, gonna lean into the verticality here. Probably gonna be back on the board, but we are gonna see the Buck and the Ram as they're gonna go for a little bit of a pinch push here and try to suss out who is the roamer and start to isolate them up top. You know that you've got somebody playing east stairs. You not only have you droned it out, but it's standard, right? So using a clutch to get that information is a bit silly, it seems like, and it is going to be, geez, a shot onto Dexy, but the double to ring out on the other side is HUDs and Reaper's going to get taken down. That is going to put the body balance in favor of Army of 5 here.
Yeah, that's a huge pick there. Gonna leave them down a man, but definitely not out for sure. Border. This is a map that Wanted Goons plays very
Attackers have
well.
located a bomb.
And seeing that Brava get active, I think when you're dealing with the Mozzie, you're dealing with the Mute, this is a good option there for the attackers. Try and steal some of this utility. So I'm wondering whether or not we would see her banned out. Definitely on Chalet, we've seen a huge increase in the way that she's played from that perspective. But now we've got Dolly Icor bringing out a little bit of destruction and distraction there with the Iana. Her change active. And see them making their way around upstairs, but I don't think that they know Valeno is upstairs hiding.
Oh, and they didn't make it there in time to suss him out either, so he's going to remain undroned as you're going to see Dolly start to push in, and this could be a free kill here onto the Iana, who does let the impact EMP go, and there it is.
Yes. Valeno gonna grab a double on the back of hiding in the back of archives. Just, I mean, there you talked about the fact that a lot of drone and intel deny from Wanted Goons. They were able to protect Mozzie playing upstairs, did not identify him, and able to get a double off the back of it. Well played on their part. So 2-0 to start this thing off. It is a best of one with a double elimination. So the loser, not down and out, they're going to get a chance to fight it out in the lower bracket with the hopes of making it to that final coming in from the lower. So right now, just playing to stay in the upper bracket here as we're kicking off this Blitz Gaming Series tournament here, getting ready for the big tournament happening later
Attackers
this year.
need to locate and
That,
defuse as
June,
many
July
bombs as they can.
Yep, absolutely. So that is going to be, as you said, 2 to the hands of the defense as we're getting close to seeing the first round rotate retired, and going to lean back into that, right? We're still going to focus on some intel, and by focus on some, I mean it's intel driven here, folks. We've got the Solus and Mozzie back on the board, but we're going to add the Pulse in, right? He's huge for holding on to this these from underneath in the customs area and bringing out that C4 to
seconds
boot.
remaining.
I'm wondering if we're not going to see the hectic roam, right? We've seen it before,
5 seconds
especially
left
with the
before
smoke
insertion.
character. I know it seems a little unruly, but he's either going to
Attackers
be
are
the
moving
one
out to
anchor
locate a
in sight,
bomb
or
and
he's going to be a formidable force up top,
Attackers
where
have located a
he's going to
bomb.
use those smokes to really deny that that vertical pressure and presence.
That's what it looks like. You called it, playing upstairs, holding onto this armory area. Gonna open up some of those sight lines down to the doors and entryway into that bomb site down below. And a little bit of destruction coming out. You know, one of the other operators that we've seen a huge increase on, Grim, the balancing changes that Ubi did to get Grim to his current state, I think have definitely made him a much more viable operator on attack.
Attacker's bomb
Great call
diffuser has
there.
been dropped.
Seeing Valeno move back into that same sort of
Attackers
open
recovered the bomb
archives, but
diffuser.
they're doing a heavy hold upstairs from the one side.
Was doing a heavy hold from upstairs. C4 going to ring out and rip Stocky off the board. That's going to be I-Core to follow next. It's the SMG-11 to ring out, but it does get traded out as Hectic is the next to fall, taking us now down into a 3v2. Still 2 minutes on the board, but it's going to be equalized as that's going to be Demented to have an absolute deletion. The Grim you were just talking about finding one. That's going to be both of those shotguns off the board. Couple of shots through, trying to find whoever is holding down in the customs. I imagine it's still HUDs.
Yep, I think you're right. And so we're still sitting at this 3v3. The DMR's coming out.
Ooh.
Dexy gonna get another, taking
Let's
Valeno down. That was him
What a shot.
upstairs again, holding that. So it looks like right now Army of 5 has got some solid vertical control over top of this site. That's exactly what they needed. Got Siege and HUDs playing downstairs in the site. I'm wondering whether or not he's gonna make the push up or break out that scanner, try and get some intel here.
Yeah, potentially, right? And there it is, going to be moved into sight. IQ starting to make the push up the swing, going to find one, now puts us into a 3v1, all on the shoulders of Siege, who does find one on the back of the P90 work, puts himself back in, a little bit of a pre-fire, almost starts to
Attackers
find
have
something,
recovered
but
their
he's
diffuser.
being located, the phone call going off, so his location set, and now going for the plant on the door, cross set up.
Attackers are
So there it
activated.
is, the plant down, taking a shot, Holden not able to get that kill, unfortunately, and that's putting him upstairs on rappel, and they are going to use those holes we saw Hectic open at the beginning of the round, ready and available to take the shot when the defuse comes out.
Ooh! Some Siege timing there, and he's going to escape his life, and now it's the Trace, and it's going to be the prone, pwned, and owned position as Demented going to find the plant and then get up to take him down for the kill.
Siege really committing there, making the run out, playing upstairs, knew that they had to play for the vertical to even have a shot at it and needed to try and find that one. But Army of 5 going to take that one on attack, that plant downstairs. That is the round rotate over. So now we get to see Goons take it back upstairs to that Armory Archive site, which I think they won. Was not as close, I think, as Army of 5 wanted to see that, but we're going to see an adaptation from them. At least they're showing a bit there with the Lion coming out. Ella, though, on the defensive side, and the Malusi really changing it up on the defense. I like what they're bringing to the table here.
That's right. Pace, pace, pace. That's what we're looking at here, Whiskey. Stuff to
Attackers need to
disorient and
locate and
slow
defuse
down.
as
If you
many
can't
bombs
have
as
the
they can.
Fenrir, make up for it in the combo usage here. The Malusi and Ella combo here, I think, could be pretty fun, especially if we start to see some sort of activity out of Army of 5 on this 2F push. Right? This would be one of the good tests here for Army of 5. What's going to be the adaptation being brought along? I saw they had the Sledge on the board, but they switched it to the Twitch. I think this is a better call. Sledge, I don't know if he's really, hot take. I don't know if he's really that useful anymore when there's other operators you could be bringing to the
10 seconds
table.
left before insertion.
Ooh, that is a hot take.
Surya's powered up.
For
5
sure,
seconds
that's an operator that used to be played just
Attackers'
almost
objective
every
is to
round
locate a
on
bomb and
attack.
defuse it.
But the change in the nades and plus some other operators that are for sure better at opening up some of those vertical holes, I think, has really dropped that off.
No. All right. So here we go. back onto the attacking side of it. Ooh, Dexy gonna find one from a distance, but it's gonna be traded out immediately as Dexy still hold on, try to find himself a second. Now it's gonna be Reapers coming up to take a look, and that's gonna be the Doc and the Dokkaebi off the board. So one of those DMRs absolutely gone.
Well, and the loss of the Doc with all of that utility, that's unfortunate too. So they are going to get, I'm assuming, crack that mirror there using the Ash. I'd like that strategy though, of putting the Immunity Gate on the outside of the window.
Yep,
no way.
write it down, Whiskey.
Taking that DMR shot from across the map, I rarely see that elevated position play on border for sure.
Trying to bait out the teammate here, but he is going to get the revive. Oh no, the Twitch going to find the kill on the drone. Oh, that's huge. Going to take out some intel and a body. So we're going to see that's going to be the body bounce tipped heavily in favor now of Army of 5. They stood up in that 4v3 area. A Twitch drone kill. Let's go.
I'm taking it. Surprised we got to see that in competitive play, but I mean, great awareness and game sense there from Stocky. They were about to be revived in a position where Xsiege could pull that off. So taking that option away, that was just well played on his part, using the utility, not putting a body in harm's way, putting the drone in.
So the last 65 seconds start to wind down as we're seeing the push start to stack up here on the balcony. To get pushed in, smoke goes out. Start to get themselves in line and ready for a plant behind, but that's the C4 to ring out. Not gonna find anything, just opening up in the cross set. Now gonna find themselves a little bit pressed here as we're gonna see us put into a 3v3 situation, and Nomad gonna get ripped off the board, Demented to fall, and now it's all on low health Twitch, who is just one mere bullet fragment away getting taken down. And with Demented being down for the count, no way to redeem himself, this is going to be another one in favor of the defense as they win both of their 2F tries.
That one much closer though. We talked about the first round we saw upstairs. GOONS really dominating the map there. This one is significantly closer. Army of 5 coming close. Objective-based gameplay. Got the diffuser down and holding on. If Grim had been able to stay alive just a little bit longer, would have been able to put a bunch of extra pressure on them. So that one felt like a good adaptation from the Army of 5 side, and they got close.
Yep, they did. But they did not quite get it, so as it stands, scoreline puts us 3-1 in favor of Wanted Goons. As we're going to head back down to the secondary site, little bathroom tellers action. Let's see who they're bringing to the board for this attempt.
Defenders,
I
protect
gotta
your
say,
bombs
Whiskey,
from being
I
defused
love
by
the fact
attackers.
that the Wanted Goons squad got back together. We cast one of their last maps together as part of the Wild Goose Chase before we needed to reset, but glad to see that they're back together and taking on a perennial favorite in this Army of 5 team, even with a couple roster changes there on their side. This is turning out to be good. So we've seen the attackers win one. Wanted Goons up 3, so heading into round 5 here. So the lineup they brought, even though we continue to see Legion
10 seconds left.
sort of take a couple nerfs in this new season, this is one of the first comp
5
games
seconds
we've
left
seen
before
since the
insertion.
attachment live. So no more impacts is bringing along
Defenders
those
are moving out to
those
locate a bomb and
observation
defuse it.
blockers.
Interesting. The rise of the observation blocker. I'm here for it. This is a game of intel and opportunities. You hear us say all the time. Those are going to be a good way to take out that intel and force you to use some utility on what you would almost count as a, it almost count as a useless gadget. It can't do anything to you, but it takes away that sight line, and that is so freaking important. So we're going to see a little bit of the adaptation here, Whiskies. They're going to pull out the castle for this up top site. Those of you that know me know I love a good castle play, and I think border is a good place for that. Really able to set the pace. You've got Azami really digging in on those east stairs, and they're going to get rid of some of those Kiva barriers. Now, if they had somebody there on watching the cross, they already opened it up. That was almost a free kill onto the Azami. But nobody there to receive that order and take that gunfight.
Yeah, unfortunate there. The flash is coming out. Stocky trying to find a way in. Look at all this utility. trying to toss in just to get in the building. Sometimes you talk about skyscraper being difficult to just get in, making it difficult from an attacking perspective. Border's got a little bit of that feel too. We're almost halfway through this round. We've got 3 of
Attackers
the
have located a
5
bomb.
teams sitting outside.
That's going to be one found, but it is going to be traded out. Now a second to fall, as Ayana is going to find one, putting us into a 4v3. It's going to be, a bit of a look towards the door, now taking us into a 3v3. Is Hectic going to find one onto Dementeds? And just like that, we're equalized, and it is still a gun battle. So that's going to be a second to fall, as Repper's going to get taken down by I-Core. Now puts a very winnable situation here for the attack team as they are pushing it. It's going to be Hud's Stud on the rotate, looking to catch somebody slipping from the back end, but not going to be the case now. All going to be on his shoulders, however. The Legion Goo going to slow down the floors just a little bit, and Army of 5 looking real good here for this next round to put themselves on the quota count for their rounds.
Yeah, that's the diffuser going down. Stocky getting it, so it is all up
Attackers
to HUD.
activating diffuser.
They got this thing in place. Oh, running across trying to get to the stairs, but unfortunately HUD's not able to find any kill. Once again, you've got the vertical control here. Prone, covering the diffuser, and one up above. This one is going to be tough for the Wanted Goons to try and come back from. Taking a pause maybe just to try and figure it out. And Stocky bringing out, I thought he was going to try and actually chase HUDs around, but not going to happen. Going to try and open up some sight lines, but this one is in their hands solidly. Looking good.
There we go. Finds him into the shins. Did have the buddy there on the prone pone own position, and it's going to be one for the attacking team. Is now they hit their quota, right? They did what they needed to do on attack, so anything outside of this is going to be icing on the cake. 3-2. Wanted Goons looking to put themselves in line with that standard split, although we have been seeing the rise of the 3-3.
Especially on Border, where, you know, and we talked about this in some of our previous casts, and when we were working with Jesse J, is the question of a map sided, like which, you know, is it a defensive sided map or an attacker sided map? And really, for the most part, saying that a lot of it depends more on the team and how they play together than on the map statistics in general. Sometimes when you look at the
Attackers need to locate and
huge
defuse
overall
bomb.
scope of the raid and siege, those map statistics can make sense. But when you get down into a competitive game between these two, the fact that both rosters have had recent changes, I think, is really the unknown piece. And Army of 5, 4 of the 5 Wanted Goons, I think 3 of that original. So a little bit of change up on both sides, maybe more of a significant factor.
Bomb located
than
by
whether the border
attackers.
itself is a defensive sided map. But the thing that we've seen so far is that both teams can win. They have one on Army of 5, one on 2 different first floor sites, right? They won
5 seconds to
downstairs
go.
in the workshop, and they won downstairs in the bathroom. So
Attackers are moving to defuse a
not
bomb.
one particular site they got a lot of success on. So I think that shows us that they can win in a different location. We'll see now as we head to this workshop as well to finish off the first half of this game.
That's right. You said it. First half almost gone. Last round. And we are going to see a little bit of adaptation. Goyle going to be brought onto the board by HUDs. So we're going to really put a focus onto that area denial. As Hectic also going to be back on the smoke, back up into that 2F location. Plenty of verticality to be had here. So going to have to see a dedicated investment out of Army and 5 to suss out this Goyle and this smoke.
Loading new mag.
Already getting droned out. Up top, I know they got some pressure to start putting on, but now here's the question: do they get in and if there's enough of that investment into the roam game, you know, do they just get in sight and plant? I don't think that's going to be the case. That verticality is huge here. Starting to look towards the long angle. So that first minute has already rang out, and there you go. You see those observation blockers, and does a couple of things with that. Yes, it can hide something behind there, but what it can also do is be a faux hiding spot where you put that down, and now you have to push it with a drone. You have to push it with some utility, or you have to push it with a man count, because you don't actually know if somebody is sitting behind that area or not. So a great piece of utility for distraction. Now takes us into a minute 30 as Demented going to get taken off the board.
Yeah, great shot from Valeno holding that angle, and the classic punch hole trick. We'll see whether or not HUD's going to be able to convert this into a shot there. Really, oh my, just Buck opening the wall right in his face. Holy cow, the trade's just ringing out. It's a 3v2. We still got a minute left, but that was a lot of action happening on those soft walls. The players so close together and not realizing it until Buck or an explosive just opening up the drywall or that plywood in your face.
Attackers have
Man,
recovered the
yeah, a
diffuser.
slew of trades, and they do pick the diffuser back up in hand as we find ourselves in a 3v2. Very winnable for the attack team, but time starting to waste down. We do get a little bit of that intel. Buck's coming in from that bathroom area. He's making plenty of noise, just ready and pushes in. Starts to get the plant down. C4 gonna ring out. He gonna find one off the stock. He now puts us into a 2v2, and maybe a bit of a misstep. We didn't have anybody there to potentially
Recovered the bomb diffuser.
stop a C4 or a gunfight, so it's a tough call there. Now 2-2, flash rings out. They start to put the plant down. Gets to 50.
10 seconds left.
That's going to be the smoke to start to do a little bit of damage. Don't be finding a ton. Gets put down to a low health scenario, but Icor going to find one. Now puts it all on the shoulders of the smoke whiskey. Tough position to find yourself in yet again. We might be looking at the 3-3 tie-up.
The three
Defenders
times
have
that we
located
have
the
seen
diffuser.
Army of 5 plant, and they've managed to have a different Wanted Goons player left alive to try and clutch up each time. So we've seen Exceed try it, we've seen HUDs try it, and now we're seeing Hectic try it. So he's on that diffuser. There we go. Now he's got some intel on where Icor is playing upstairs, but that verticality, he's gonna get it. Icor playing from above, came down to the wire.
Pros don't fake, and he went to try to send it the whole way. Almost got some individual heroics for his team, but is denied from the verticality pressure. Puts us into a 3-3. I could live in a world where 3-3 is our standard split.
Yeah, it definitely puts a little bit of pressure on both teams. Nobody having a clear advantage coming out of that, and I feel like evenly matched. Interesting that I think if we had looked at the statistics going into this game, Wanted Goons the favorite, but right now Army of 5 putting up a great fight. We know that they love to open up on attack though, so we'll see if they can kind of carry that momentum forward into their defensive half. But different approaches we saw between
Attackers
each
need
of
to
the three
locate
players
and
left
defuse
alive
as
on
many
the
bombs
Wanted
as they
Goons side.
can.
Xsiege pushing upstairs immediately outside, and then seeing Hectic try and hold that down, try and get the defuse down. But the DMR able to open up the floor so
Attackers have
cleanly.
discovered the
May have
location
been
of
a
a
little
bomb.
bit more difficult if the last player left alive there on the defense and or on the attack had an AR, but that DMR just able to open up the soft floor really easily.
Yeah, and you know what else is that we're noticing a lack of aggression out of the Wanted Goons, right? Even on the defense, known to have just some super aggressive tactics, and it seemed like it was a bit slower on that round, right? Maybe getting
5
warmed
seconds
up
left.
first game on, getting some of those jitters out of the way. I expect
Attackers
fully
are
to
heading
see a
out to
very
defuse the
aggressive
bomb.
take here on the attack side. This is what one of the things that Wanted Goons has been known for, just getting in your face, finding the biggest person in there and punching them straight out. So on the defense, let's talk about it. This is switching up the gears. It is the op swap, which means we are going to see Army of 5's defense here, and they're going to go with a really excellent lineup here. Intel in the hands of the Pulse. He's going to be playing below, looking for that C4, coupling up with the Stolas. Oh no, not the Pulse. That was a tough one.
Yeah, Reppers, great play downstairs, running the buck, able to open up and get that kill. So got Dowley playing, hiding in the bathroom. Don't know whether or not they were able to identify him with the drones. Playing the Solus, able to take out some of that intel before it gets
Bit of a jump scare for Reppers there as he gets himself outside of the relative safety of... Ooh, Castle, Dexy going to be deleted from the doorway. That's going to put the body balance heavily in favor of Wanted Goons as that aggression now starting to play out. You can see him just pushing in, taking gunfights, and then taking that real estate.
Oh, look at that. Even though Azami had the ping on, it just Reppers
Taking
pushing up
hostiles!
on that intel, but Zami must have had some of that intel or certainly a sound cue to try to push up and just pre-fire that angle, take advantage of.
Oh.
I think that I guess the confidence that the attackers had in knowing where the Azami was pinned out at.
Yep, now it's all going to be put on the shoulders of Demented, who finds flashes coming at him galore. They know exactly where he's at. They are just took care of that mirror shield, pushing him back into tight. Ooh, almost gets the C4, but not going to be the case as the... Ooh.
No, he did get one C4.
Yeah. Yep, he did. Got one, but not going to find the second on the shots as new operator Deimos going to find that kill.
So Wanagoon's taking their first on attack, and going to see that 2F location again. Going to see a little bit of a change up on the ops there from the Army of 5 side, I think.
Probably. I'd say it's a good call. I'd keep them guessing. Back up to that 2F location, as you said, and we're going to just run it right back, my friends.
2F in the first half of the map, the Wanagoon's very successful, and I guess so far we've seen 2F played 3 times tonight.
Attackers need
and
to
the
locate
Wanagoons
and
have won
defuse
that
bombs.
site, all 3 of them both on defense and attack. So question is, can Army of 5 on defense adapt to the way that we saw the Wanagoons play? Maybe not lose, hopefully that first opening kill, that first engagement, try and keep that 5 stack alive a little bit longer for sure, giving them the best opportunity there to hold on.
Yeah, and I said it right as we got to the op swap. This is a team that's known for its aggression, and you saw it there. Buck taking shots very quickly, taking a bunch of real estate very quickly for his team, and that is, of
10
course,
seconds
what
left.
worked out for it. Now, will it keep working out is the key here. We bring out
5 seconds left.
a lot of slowdown city here for the defense, and it could be one of the good ways to implement a counter strategy here. I would like to see, oh my lord, look at the lineup, Whiskey. Amaru, Glass, Blitz, Capital. Get yourself ready, boys, because we might be in for a quick plant. And with the Amaru on the board, is this going to be one through the hatch? Lord, my fingers are crossed. Let it be through the hatch.
Yeah, we
recovered the bomb
have
diffuser.
seen Wanagoons try this
Attackers dropped
strategy in the past, so like you said, it's getting the
Attackers recovered the
diffuser ready, looking upstairs, or is it, sandwich window? Yeah, potentially a sandwich window take here. So you've got a couple of the attackers playing upstairs, Demented and Castle playing get ready, but a few downstairs as well. So this is the defense a little bit spread out. Maybe a good call here from the IGL saying you're playing a little bit too far off site, but bring something completely different to the table on attack here. So change up the site. Glaz holding the long angle.
Bomb
That's going to
located
be
by
the Blitz
attackers.
make his way in. Amaru in. That's going to be the plant going down as Glass holding the long angle now. Smoke's coming out. It's a 5v3. Blitz in the closet. Now they know exactly where he's at. They'll have one impact, but they could be doing some damage. But Repper's going to find Demented off the board, and that is going to be Huds to find the next onto Dexy, and it is going to be a flawless round on the quick plant.
Let's go.
I told you, this is an aggressive attack team, and they're showing every bit of that right now. Going to put us now onto round 9, Whiskey, and one away from that coveted match point scenario.
Yeah, that one well played. So that's the 4th time we saw that 2F site. Wanagoons taking it every time and in completely different way. I love the adaptation, the change up there. Really looked like it kind of threw off this Army of 5 team. So now they got to settle themselves back down, take it down to bathroom tellers here, see what they can do to put together a winning strat here on defense and try and hold off, right? You do not want to get into that match point scenario where it's all down to a single
Attackers
round.
need to locate
It's not a
and
do or
defuse
die. If
bombs.
you're just joining us, welcome everyone to the Blitz Gaming Series kickoff tournament. We're going to see 4 best of ones tonight, this being the first. It is a double elimination bracket with a $500 prize pool. The loser of this game going down to the lower bracket, so they still have got an opportunity to continue playing tonight, but everybody wants to stay in the upper bracket and make it to the final.
That's right, 2 great teams, but as Whiskey Run says, in the end, someone must lose. So it's put onto the back of Army of 5 here on their defensive half to come up with 2 to equalize the scoreline. And to do so, they brought along some C4s, baby. 4 of them to be exact. So look to see some explosive action early, as it's not unexpected from the Army of 5 team. They are C4 crazy and exceedingly well at, and do exceedingly well at it. Okay, so let's get a quick look at what we've got going on. Gonna throw in a nade to get rid of any of that util onto the door, but man, look at this. Dexy holding a very long, cheeky angle there, and it's you can start to see him setting up from all over the place as they're gonna use the soft breach to both open up the double and into customs, and then it's just going to be intel galore. Drones just getting active. It's going to be Dexy pushing up, trying to see if he can catch one onto this breach in. It's a lot of noise going around, Whiskey.
Yeah, a lot of noise happening. Oh,
Ooh.
taking his shot, hectic. It's going to take Dexy off the board, so the intel from below, Pulse no longer going to be able to try and share any of that. So great play there, so identifying him, getting him off the board quick. So this is looking very good for the Wanted Goons, at least to start here with 1 minute gone out of this round. Seeing the attackers get themselves set up, but Mira holding some trigger discipline there. Dementigo is gonna swing. Yes, but survives. No way. Repper's so close to taking him out. Gonna take another shot to finish his kill. That's what they needed to really go about 5-3 with a minute and a half left in the round.
Yep, so now that's going to be I-Core to find Reppers off the board. As you hear the air jab up and ready to send somebody off. That's going to be Ace to take a little bit of damage. So now we put ourselves into a 3v2, and it's going to be Nomad coming in from the back half of the map, looking where the attackers can get to.
Cover the diffuser.
Trying to catch somebody on the rotate. He does have Wamai up there to also take on to that battle. Siege almost with the foresight, knowing that somebody's going to be there, and now it's going to be all put onto the shoulders of Mute. Finds himself in sight, alone, and ready for the drop.
Yeah, holding on to that angle, getting ready to hear all of it happening above him. Boy, this... the waiting game, holding tight, trying not to make any noise, right? Trying not to give away his location, hoping that this defense is going to take the rotate through Workshop as an alternative. There goes that Mute jammer, so I expect we're going to see a drone come in, potentially suss him out.
And as 26 seconds start to count down here on this potential for a match point scenario round, it is going to be them starting to get into sight, jump in through the window, cross is set up, and the verticality to be had here. He's going to find it after to get the plant, put him on a triple kill, has to ace to clutch it up here, and he's got to deal with the verticality and the window, but it's going to prove to be too much. Siege is going to take I-Core off the board. Station of the DMR ringing out, and now one away from putting this match behind them.
Yeah, so close here. Match points we talked about at the beginning of that round. Army of 5 really hoping they could avoid getting so close to match point here. 3 rounds. Wanted to try and hold it off a little bit more, but great play there from the Wanted Goons. Upstairs, vertical, taking shots, getting the Pulse off the board, dropping that piece of intel so early. Really important part of it. Now, I like the Capcan coming out. You talked about it when we saw Wanted Goons play him the very first round, sort of sets up that expectation that the attackers are going to have to check everything.
Defenders,
Army of
protect your
5
bombs
taking the
from being
alternative
defused by
approach,
attackers.
bringing them out late game, hoping that, trying to take advantage of Wanted Goons' aggressive attack strat. Maybe catch 1, maybe catch 2. Even if you take 50% of the health off the board, it's going to be exactly what you need.
Yeah, and we are going to see a new addition to the board. This is going to be the Vigil. A little bit of investment into the roam game here with both Dexy and Stocky playing some dedicated roamers. You'll see some of that really setting themselves up with a deep, heavy presence up in that
10 seconds left before insertion.
security area. Is Azami going to be making her presence known, right? You can see her. She's got 2 keeper barriers already set up to defend that wall, or to defend the door and the window, potentially put the pressure onto that break room. And I think this is a good lineup, right? Got to be perfect for 3. This is a good way to do it. Computer broken. I don't know if you're getting up there, pal. we'll see.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. I don't know if that was intentional. I'm guessing accidental, but okay, Reppers, once again, that initial pick falling, but Demented gonna make them pay for it. So even that body count very quickly. So still 30 seconds down, 2 off the board, but they're evenly matched.
That's right. And on the side of the Wanted Goons, you did just take down the top frag, but it is Hectic that's close behind, right? So the 2 of them that hit that double digits. Many more in contention for that exact piece. It is going to be the LMG of Finka, and I can't believe we're getting to watch this and play again. And it has been so prevalent in the last couple of comp matches that we've had. And it's exactly, you talk about having the cap can on the board. Finka's great for bringing that to the table, because if they do get that hits down to 50%, then of course that gives them the opportunity to get back up into some higher health scenario. I-Core to take Hectic off the board. That's going to be a C4 going to ring out, and that's the body balance in favor of Army of 5. As they sit 4v2.
4v2. Yeah, this is definitely a good opportunity for Army of 5 to hold off. I mean, it was a do-or-die scenario for this match, so trying to find a way to make it happen. Demented going to take down Valeno, leaving HUD as the only one left here on this Wanted Goons roster to try and try and take a win. Going to toss a nade in. Oh, nope. Not going to hit anything. Unfortunately, you can't cook. Going to try and maybe force him out, but nobody there from the rest of his team. Nobody left alive to try and help act on any of that intel or that action that happens from the nade dropping in.
Yeah. So it's going to be a little bit of a wait scenario, a little bit of a faux timeout here, as it is a 4v1. HUD's potentially just going to take the time, let his team sort of talk about it, as they're just kind of searching all over the board to figure out where the heck he's at. Now, it looks like Demented might have a little bit of the intel. Oh.
Yep.
Maybe?
Yep. Yeah, I think you're right. That's definitely a good spot, but I mean, this is a really tough climb back. So, like you said, taking the faux timeout, taking a little bit of time. Going to take a couple shots at him, but Demented is going to get that kill. So, a bit of an empty frag, but mentally maybe an important one for this Army of 5 team.
Yeah. Okay, had to be perfect for 3. See him catch the first one, which means still on that match point scenario, still going to be a tough climb back for 2 rounds. We can see what Army of 5's bringing for the defense on this bathroom teller setup. I'm going to go back to that cap can. I don't think it's a bad call here. It start to really set the pace of the, it's going to be very similar all the way across the board.
Yeah, going to see that. Interesting. So the bathroom teller site, we have seen Wanted Goons win that one once here on defense, and they split it on the attacking side, so they've each won.
Attackers
on
need to
one
locate
side
and
so far.
defuse
Here's
as
the
many
question.
bombs as they can.
I like they're all running exactly the same operators on this defense, aren't they?
Yeah. Yep, they are. And hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Try to work that same strat again. Get a little active in the investment into the roam game. Rely on some of those traps, and then hopefully your trench warfare that you built up gonna hold them off.
Bomb located by attackers.
I love the fact too that both of these teams, everybody getting active. I mean, it's we're not playing SI here, but I love that we're seeing both of these teams trying to win, show what they've got. Everybody getting
5 seconds
active.
to insertion.
Got a couple kill leaders, but there's no donuts on the board. Everybody contributing.
Right. What makes for an exciting game here in the Blitz Gaming Series. A wonderful way to start it out. 2 away from that coveted match point scenario. And we did see a 3-3 on the beginning split, so there is a possibility that Army of 5 bring back these next 2. And first match of the game takes us to OT. But they're going to have to slow down Wanted Goons. That's going to be the big case here.
Here we go. You got Vigil, Stocky playing the Vigil upstairs, holding that that office or that security area right above the hatch. See whether or not this attacking team has identified his location, or is he going to be in a position for a great flank here, trying to hold down. Oh, that Kiba barrier coming in clutch. We have seen Demented and Reppers just going to walk right up and delete him off the board.
Aggressive AF, not to be deterred, just walks up and just finds the kill onto the Azami. Vigil going to be taken down next as well. And it is all falling apart for Army of 5 on this match point scenario as we only have 2 members left alive. Now the C4 does go out, but it's going to be a pre-plant. It's going to wait for the case, the call, the ping to say, hit it now. That's going to be Nomad to get taken off board. Now putting us into a 2v4. Still got plenty of time here for this defense. Find a couple of kills to stall it out, to equalize that. That is going to put them in a tough spot. Whiskey is now they're into a 1v4, all resting on the shoulders of the cap can, and they are pushing, and they are going to find the kill. Pistol popping, body dropping. Goons is going to take this first match.
7-4 goes in favor of the Wanted Goons in this first game here in the Blitz Gaming Series kickoff tournament. Great run there by the Wanted Goons. They had some moments where they looked vulnerable, but for the most part, they looked very good.
Yeah, a couple of people in that double-digit kill line, which of course led to a little bit of that branching apart in the scoreline. 7-4?
7-4, my friend. Yeah, great run there. So what we're going to do, we are running the rest of the tournament here tonight, the four best of one. So the next game is going to be Outlast Black taking on Aerial Arise. So we're going to get ourselves set up for that game. So you could stick with us for just a few minutes as we get that lobby set up, and we will be ready to go.
Ayo.
Let's go.
Ready for this. Just want to be myself. Don't talk to nobody else. I want to be someone special. I don't want to be a typical person. To get away from my town. Start from fresh with a fundamental. I feel it, I feel right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel right. I feel it right. I'm learning how to be a better version of you. And now I realize I'm talking to myself. Doesn't really need to be forever. Doesn't make you feel better. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it.
teacher in front of the class. You says if you're not a believer, of my views, that's on you. Better shape up and pay your dues. Of my views, that's on you. I'll be on a flight soon to Vienna singing. Ooh, gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? Better getting in my own medicine for you. Never gonna make them think I'll stand there. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do. Free as the wind and as strong as a piece of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh, I'll be on a flight soon to the end. I'm singing. Ooh, gotta know all this propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. And I don't know let loose. Don't mind if I do.
wanna see you when you came home. Cause you always try to hurt me and that's so low. When I talk to you about it, you're in defense mode. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. How can we work on ourselves when you say no? Whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in. I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in. She got me hooked up.
Well, she pulling me in like a black hole, trapped in a grip and I can't break. Out of control and I can't feel my soul and my heart on my damn face. Cause I ain't be nothing without her. A king with no queen and no damn kingdom. Serving up hate with a cold vengeance. Fuck, but I hate her, we can't slay them. Yeah, she's got me hooked, I'm down, I ride. Leaving, she tried to kill me, I can see it in her eyes. Yeah, she's got me shook, this my demise. I'm bleeding, can someone heal me? I can't deal with no more lies.
I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in. I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me hooked? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in.
I'll be there when the lights don't shine. I'll be there in the sleepless nights. I'll be there, make you feel alright. I'll be there, I'll be there. I'll be there when the lights don't shine. I'll be there in the sleepless nights. I'll be there, make you feel alright. I'll be there, I'll be
Issue there, Whiskey, if you want to take a quick look at that.
There we go. Fixed.
Back at ya. Quick revamp. We just said hello and welcome back, and now we're looking to look at the teams. Aerial Rise versus Outlast Black this evening. Take a quick look at the team cards and walk us through it.
That's right. Aerial Arise, newly acquired there or reformed. We got to see some of this team play on as the Finance Gurus, taking on the Outlast roster during the OCS Classic Grand Final just a few days ago. But immediately after, reformed as Aerial Arise. So glad to see that this roster is back together and playing again. Outlast Black, one of definitely a perennial favorite of ours, got some great guys on that team trying to take down this team. So going to see who is going to continue on again. Welcome to the Blitz Gaming Series. We're in round 2 of the upper bracket, all playing for a $500 prize pool that is going to finish out this weekend.
Let's go. And so, talk about where we're going. Let's take a quick look at the map bands. Bum,
Right.
bum. All right. This time, we believe it even updated. So, going to see Cafe and Consulate taking out first, Border and Skyscraper to follow it up. Night Haven Labs and Oregon going to be taken off the board. So, all of the classics going with Clubhouse and Chalet to finish, which means there's one map left to go to, and it is Bank, my friend. I love
right.
Bank. Maybe not as much as Night Haven, but it brings a lot of that similar feel to it, maybe with a little less of that soft, breachable surface that we love so much. But it's still a huge map. Going to see some heavy roam game, lots of dedication in the investment of roaming, 2Fs all the way when you're down on the basement. Bank, going to be a really fun game, especially between these two.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to that huge map. And we have seen the Aerial Arise team play that one frequently, very good at it. Outlast Black, not so many times. So this is going to be a chance to see it.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, folks. Well, so we've brought to you this evening one best of one so far, and it was one of Goons versus Army of Five. It did end in a 7-4, 3-3 on the split. So looking to get active in map number 2. I'm excited. Let's get into it. You ready?
Yes, sir. Certainly am. Now, for those of you looking there, we're also seeing on the other channel on the Blitz Gaming series, they're taking on SSG versus Temper as the alternative. But we're going to see Outlast Black and Aerial Arise play on Bank.
Okay, so let's get into the bands. We've seen a couple of different ways this can go. Brava has been one of those bands that we see a lot on Bank because we do see a lot of Maestro play down in that basement area. Maybe we might see something like that. It is going to be the Monty to be the first to go. It's going to be a reoccurring theme, I think. Seeing that Monty go.
Yeah, Monty taken off the board with the increase in the shields and the way that they're played, and the change to impact grenades is really, again, reduce some of the tools that the defenders have to deal with them. So I think that is for sure going to change the way that Monty is played when he is coming out. So I think not surprising to see Monty banned out here, especially as this is some of the first competition games we've seen on the new patch.
That's right. And so we're going to see the Doka be the next to fall. The DMR not going to be decisive here. And Valkyrie to follow it up. The Valkyrie is a pretty good call here. We like getting the intel. It's fed across this map. We've seen some very crazy Valk plays, so not going to be the case here today. And then the Fenrir to follow, which means we are still going to see the Mira on the board. We are still going to see the Solus. And going to see some of those new updates and changes that we saw just happen. Was that yesterday?
Yeah, that new patch coming out yesterday. So, yeah, the changes in impacts, the changes in Legion loadout. We talked a little bit about that during the previous game, but overall, not huge for balancing. Just some minor stuff, with the exception of the way that those impacts are being played out.
Yep. Absolutely. We'll see how it's going to affect them, because this is definitely a match where we see, or a round, or hello, this is definitely a map where we see Legion play quite a bit. So we are going to see Outlast get active, and they're going to do the same thing we saw on Border, where we're going to see the Capcan being brought out first. So they're going to look to set some early pace, dictate exactly where some of those kills are going to be likely to happen, and then the potential for the double roam game here, right? Vigil and Solus on the board. So Trap City to guard some of that verticality, and then follow it up with some verticality from above and some investment in the roam game. This is a pretty good, solid defensive setup without bringing the mirror along.
Yeah, without the mirror, without the Goyo. So, like you said, a little bit more of a potentially heavy roam game here from Outlast Black, choosing how they want to handle this original defense here of Bank. So Aerial Arise, very good team, certainly. And if you had to pick a favorite, definitely the more likely team. But Outlast Black looking to change that narrative, try and hold on here upstairs, put a little bit of pressure, slow them down, not bunker back down like you might see with the Goyo Mira setup playing downstairs.
Right, going to rest on the investment in the smoke, of course. So looking to see potential for the run out there. Nobody going to be taking advantage of that. Now here we are. It's going to be Ions, and he does not get droned out, but they know that he's absolutely close, and no way he's gonna boss G his way to some victory. The shots through the wall not gonna take this. He's able to rotate back down through the hatch, and what a kill to start him out. And that is Brios, and the investment in the roam clear gonna immediately go down.
Yeah, that is a that's a huge kill there, and one of the reasons you see Vigil played, we saw him a lot in the last game as well, with Army of 5 playing him a few different times, because able to try and deny some of that intel that the attacking team has. So with Solus on the board, she's one of the main
Attackers have located a
counters
bomb.
to the Jackal, so he didn't have his tracker on and active the whole time. Maybe would have had an opportunity to see Vigil's footprints if he had left any, but if he had been holding that spot, just a great play there for them. You can see looking and searching for those Capcan traps too. Poison gonna take one down. No, it's gonna lose out.
Yeah, that's a tough call there, and that's so it is gonna be the Capcan's gonna get flashed in the back. As you can see Habana start to come up and help put some of that pressure on. Oh, but not going to be the case, as now it's all resting on the shoulders of Mike here as he's making his way around. Going to try to find... Oh, does get a little bit of the damage onto it. Going to find the first kill, puts him into a 3v1. Still a tough hill to climb, a little bit of a pre-fire through, but not going to find anything there, so he's still got to do some work above. Oh! Okay.
Beefy Blinder there, going to be the one that takes down the last remaining member of Aerial Arise. So we're going to see that basement site won by the Outlast Black side, but most of the action happening upstairs. So a ton of that roam presence there from Outlast Black up. Going to see whether or not, my guess is Aerial Arise certainly going to use that intel and change up the way that they approach.
Yeah, that was just a great round. Great round by Outlast Black as they come to their first victory.
Defenders protect.
They're going to do it on the side of the defense. So what's going to be the adaptation by Aerial Rise? We're going to head up to that 2F location. We are going to see an investment in slowing them down. Castle going to be back on the board. I love the castle up top. Honestly, you're right, gives you a ton of cheeky little angles to hold from. Takes away a lot of that... being able to catch opponents on the rotate through those head holes that generally get put onto the main breach. It's just a good call, I think, and especially if you're taking the Capcan off the board, you're still bringing that slow down mentality.
Well, and it forces the attacking team to use a little bit of utility to
5 seconds
more
left.
the sight lines that would have generally been open anyway. That you can't just
Attackers are
shoot
moving out to
through,
locate a
so
bomb
they have
and
to be a
defuse
little
it.
bit more judicious in how they use some of that explosive utility, whether it be breach charges, which right now only Ash is being the operator bringing up, or the Zophias. So the Bronco here, he's gonna go for the rotate, gets one. Oh boy, he doesn't. He did not get Zofia. It got close, but he didn't win the fight.
That was unfortunate, but it is going to be the P90 able to find Mike W off the board and equalize that score line as we now put ourselves on 2-4-4. So we're seeing some quick action within the first 30 seconds here, and it's going to be one of those critical push points. It is going to be Beefy Blinder. That's a funny name. It is going to be Beefy Blinder to try to hold down this stock area. It does get droned out. Going to take a couple of pre-fires, but nobody there to potentially receive that order. Okay, so 4-all here as that first minute is done, Dada. Going to see a lot of drones taken off the board very early. Still got 4 to be utilized here, and you got to know they're going to be used on almost all of them. Oh, look at this, the potential for the run out. Here it comes. Now it's onto the rappel, and they know she's coming, so they're going to find that pretty easily as now we put the body bounce back in favor of Aerial Arise. They now sit in that 4-3 area.
Wow, that Aerial Arise taking advantage of Outlast Black's aggressive playstyle here, and I think this is not the typical Outlast Black playstyle. I think that aggressive from the run up, but there's another one. Ion's able to take down Brios, finally taking down the Zofia that should have lost in that first run out, but then killed by the Claymore. So that's 3 runouts that we've seen this Outlast Black team take.
Yeah, really just bringing that aggression to the table, and it's working here as now we find ourselves in a 2v1
Attackers have
showdown.
recovered their
We do
diffuser.
have Beefy on a low health scenario, but he's still in a position to hold that critical push point. So the rotate around. Oh, he is going to get taken off the board. Matumba going to find that kill on Inrio.
Yep, pushing in the double upstairs top square, but really some great individual shots there is what allowed the Outlast Black team to hang on and win that upstairs site. But really the theme of that round was the runouts and the aggressive defensive play that Outlast Black was bringing. 3 different runouts, 2 of them successful. But even with the refrags that happened from Aerial, both with the kill to Bronco when he jumped out and then the Claymore, they still weren't able to come up ahead. So
Defenders, protect your bombs
it's-
from being defused by
they're looking,
attackers.
I think Outlast Black, knowing that they're the underdogs here and playing way more aggressive
Attackers have
scenes than
discovered
you
the
would
location
typically
of a bomb.
play in competitive play. And I'm here for it. I love the fact that they're trying something out, trying to put the pressure on this Aerial Arise team, but they got to be careful because this is a team that is very good. I look for them to respond in a big way as this game rolls on.
That's right. We're just kind of sussing out how the game is being played, right? How's the strat being formed, and then you'll start to see the counter strat. You start to see some of that adaptation, which Aerial Rise has been really great at
5
throughout the
seconds
past
to
couple of
insertion.
seasons that we've watched them play. So we are going to see the first test here, the real big test for
Attacker's
Outlast
objective is
Black.
to
We're going to
defuse the
see the
bomb.
tertiary site being played, and it is going to be a huge investment to the 2F location, and the first instance in Legion on the board.
There we go, droning through there through dirt, and you got Solus holding that spot, waiting to see. Gonna see maybe 1 or 2 attackers try and push through there potentially, but you got Mike playing that Brava upstairs. They've seen the increase in the Brava play, especially with this utility, and also love seeing that. We know that for sure. The Aerial Arise team likes to ban out Brava because of the opportunity to steal some of that that defensive utility, but starting on attack, wanted to keep her so that way they can use it.
Yeah, they like to ban Brava on Chalet because they love bringing the Maestro. Oh, so 4-4. As we see it stacked up here in the first minute, there's going to be some drone work on to the Solus here, who
Impact out.
expects some activity here. It's holding on to the long angle. Maybe try to catch somebody being a little bit more aggressive, try to play towards that aggression that Outlast Black was showing. But they kind of chilled back, right? The first round, very explosive. Oh, I said they chilled back, but are we about to see it now?
Tumba in position waiting. I don't know that he's gonna play for the run out, but definitely playing in a position to try and take advantage of maybe one of the attackers misdroning the walk in, but oh boy, Inrio gonna take that fight downstairs and just straight win with that DMR. The rise of the DMR era for sure.
Yeah. and of course the LMG is coming back, although not going to be the case right now. Okay, last minute starting to count down. We're going to start to see a few more of those engagements happen. Still just got a bunch of people outside of the map, right? And that makes it a little bit tough. It's very skyscraper-esque. And still have some investment into the roam game. Is that Mute up top?
No,
Yeah, Roman
Legion playing. Legion.
Oh no,
playing
he's
up
first
top.
floor. He's
Yeah.
first floor. Yeah, inside. Gotcha.
Yeah, Legion playing upstairs, looking to find one of these attackers jumping up, but the attackers slowed themselves down too. You got 30 seconds left. There's still 4 alive, trying to find their way, getting themselves set up, but it's gonna get very close here. Okay, Poison
Attackers
gonna
drop
just
the
gonna
diffuser.
take down Beefy as a way to start this last 20-second meta from happening, and it's all gonna fall.
Yep, easy shot from
15 seconds
Legion as he goes undiscovered there on the
Attackers
marble
have
stairs.
recovered their-
Now holding into the long angle, and that's going to be the
seconds to go.
plant starting to go down as he's the last one alive, forcing him up top into that
5
vertical
seconds
position.
remaining.
He's
Attackers
going to
are
rotate
activating
around.
the
He's going
bomb
to take the
diffuser.
scenic view, but because of how much time it is, they're going to know he's coming from that direction. It's going to be the wall bang and the good night. Is the attack team going to find there first?
Yeah, good pings coming out there from the flank drones in place. Aerial Rise had the right information there to make Outlast Back pay for being too far off site. So now get back to that 2-1 as we head into round 4. And interesting, I mean, we talked about Outlast Black playing very aggressive in those first 2 rounds, winning both of them, playing a little bit more, I guess, conservatively in round 3. Aerially Rise taking advantage of that and coming back.
Attackers
So
need to
see if we
locate and
see
defuse as many
Outlast
bombs
Black
as they
move
can.
more towards that aggressive play style. We saw almost no kills downstairs in the basement the last time we saw basement being played. So see whether or not this change up that strategy, but bringing out the Goyo, not going to be coupled with Mira this phase, but definitely a Goyo an important part of holding this server area.
Yeah, agreed with you. And so we're going to see a little bit of intel going to be played onto the side of Aerial Rise. There's going to be a few op swaps here. And I like the lineup, right? We're going to bring the Gridlock out. We don't really see Gridlock utilized a ton, but great for that flank. That's exactly what you see on this map. So look to see some of those tracks get put out on some of those critical push points from the behind area. But then we're going to have the intel of the SAM cams. This is a great adaptation. Nook going to be potentially coming in from that garage area to take those early engagements. And then the Thermite Osa combo, which we see utilized on Oregon quite a bit for their first site play.
Zero cams coming out. Mike W bringing out that zero, and we have seen him, I think, not really be a staple in the competitive play, but brought out in some specific situations where you're looking for a little bit of that extra intel, and the fact that it can take out some of that utility as well.
Okay. We're sussing out that they've got the cap can traps there on the first floor. Get rid of some of that util. And still doing its job at slowing them down as the first minute is gone, and now you're going to see the Nook start to push up into that garage area. Potentially see some of that first engagement there onto the smoke, but still holding back.
Yeah, they look at this. They've got Poison getting himself set up with the Osa downstairs. They've got the Thermite opening up. All of the basically all of the defenders though holding positions upstairs with just the Warden making the rotate back down, and Matumba and what's that, Goyo Ions playing upstairs. This is a dangerous position, I feel like, for this Outlast Black team. Aerial Rise getting themselves set up and ready downstairs.
Yeah, and this is the exact reason that you saw the gridlock brought, right? You're going to get one of those initial kills and then start throwing down those tracks. And it's going to be a little bit of damage done to the Thermite, and that's going to be the plant starting to go down. And now Goyo, the first to fall, going to take, almost takes it off the board, but the smoke is going to go out and stop them. That's going to take a bunch of damage, and a zero cam going to almost take him down, and there it's going to be the Nook as the rotate up, taking us now to a 5v3. Couple of shots onto the gridlock, but no shots there. It's going to be the P90 to take Mike W off the board, so he's going to be relegated to his cams. A little prone position, going to find Nook getting another kill, taking us into a 4v2, and now that's going to be the smoke starting to go down, and that last smoke from smoke.
Yeah, it's not enough
Not gonna
time.
be
It's
put in the right
35
spot.
seconds left. Yeah, the attacking team is going to have time and the positioning from Nook on the hatch above to be able to deny this. Even if Smoke tries to get one out, the grenade going down going to push him out of position, maybe into a place where the attackers can take a shot on him.
Yeah, so Beefy Blinder holding on, waiting for the call that the plant is going down. Doesn't have a C4 to deny it, so it's going to have to rely on some gun skill onto the Thermite, who pushes in, gets onto the chassis. Now that's the smoke to fall, and that Warden to fall next. Aerial Rise going to find their second.
Yep, in this case, it seems that the heavy roam game there from Outlast Black taken advantage of by Aerial Rise. They made the direct push downstairs and gained some of that hatch control. Definitely made that one look much easier than the first time we saw the basement played.
Woo, okay. There we go. It ties it up at the 2-2 location, my friend. That's a big AO, let's go.
Ayo, let's go indeed. seeing Bank. And if you're just joining
Attackers
us,
need
this
to
is the
locate
second
and defuse
game
bombs.
in the Blitz Gaming Series kickoff tournament that we're showing here on the Siege Double Shot. The mainstream showing the SSG versus Temper game as well. Go ahead and give them a follow so that way you can keep
Attackers
up on
have
the rest
located
of
a
the
bomb.
action. Tournament going to be finishing out a few of the upper and lower games tonight, and then moving on to the upper bracket finals tomorrow, and then lower bracket and grand happening on Sunday. There's $500 prize pool, $100 for first, or $400 for first, $100 for second. We're looking forward to
seconds
see
left
who's
before
going to
insertion.
take this win, my friend.
Yep. So, Intel
5
City.
seconds to go.
We're going to see both the Echo and the Mozzie on the board. It's a great adaptation, right? You saw it was a
Attackers
little
are
bit
heading
more
out to
designed
defuse the
towards the
bomb.
site direct by the side of Area Rise, so they put a little bit more investment into that area denial and stopping that plant from going down. This is not a bad call by Outlast Black for a little bit of that mid-match adaptation.
Yeah, I like seeing, but Matumba going to go down from Brios there, and definitely unfortunate that the Amaru, I wonder if we're going to see Amaru going to make this play from.
Probably the 2F location, right? She's utilized to quickly get that 2F control, but look at this. Ion's holding down in the E-box area, and if he didn't get sussed out, could be a huge another potential for that flank. Now, that's one of the reasons we saw the gridlock brought earlier is because Outlast known to have some pretty decent flanks. Any VOD review tell you that. So they definitely sussed it out on the last one. Are they going to be able to suss it out on this one?
Oh, did they know that Ions was playing here in Electrical, or just taking a shot to open up that door? I think they knew that he was playing there. Twitch drone. Oh yeah, they don't. So now realizing they don't have the Goyo, so they don't have to worry about any of those extra traps. But the I wonder if Twitch is going to find that Echo drone. Clearly we can hear it, and Twitch looking, not going to find it though. It's sort of an intel battle between these two teams here in the basement.
Ooh. Shots from above going to take a few, but it's the safety of the pillar and the homie that's going to use the DMR to take Ions out, and that's going to be the body balance tipped heavily in favor of Aerial Arise now as they find themselves in a 5v3 situation. Echo's still going to be trying to be impactful with those yokai drones. As you see it, they didn't even have to open up the hatch. It's already set and ready to go. Amaru did go up to that 2F.
Yeah, you called it out. Working on, along with Mike W, looking to see whether or not this Outlast Black has got any of that extended roam game upstairs, but there's the Thermite coming out, going to open up one of the other walls and getting this plant down.
Now he hears
C4?
that. Gonna be the
Oh,
C4,
too
but
late!
not before the plant goes down. Yep, Siege Timing going to claim the victory for that one, and now puts us into a 5v3. This is a completely different scenario for the defense. Now puts us into a 1v as it all rests on the shoulders of the Warden, who is going to be dealt with immediately, and a flawless round to be had.
Yeah, that one all fell apart very quickly there. Great setup from Aerial Arise, playing downstairs. They go for the standard open up the walls and back into plant very close. That C4 could have been the difference maker, but unfortunately goes out just a second too late. Allows them to get the plant down, and with the vertical coverage that they had from the hatches upstairs, really no way for Outlast Black to come in and try and get the defuse, and not enough time to be able to get back upstairs and rotate,
Defenders,
fight all of
protect your
those
bombs from being
gunfights. So
defused by
great
attackers.
play by Aerial Arise there, making them pay for a bit of the heavy roam game and not taking care of sort of that default hold. So we're going to see the 2F location for what round 6, the last opportunity for Outlast Black to take the defensive site here, to try and hold it together and score that 3-3 half is what they're pushing for at this point.
Ooh, okay. Yep, and this is the last round to do it in. It's the last round of the first half of the map. And the first instance that we're going to see the Mira on the board. I'm curious to see where it's going to be, right? We've seen some very interesting Mira setups in that 2F location. And it's looking like maybe they might be pulling that janitor hole.
Electrosensor active.
Okay. Oh, yep. Yep, there we go. I love that call, right? It's a nice adaptation. It really guards the site very well. When you couple it with a castle, gives you a ton of protection inside of that janitor area. This is a good call by the defense here. Nice adaptation.
Yeah, I like what they're doing. So the last time we saw this 2F site played, Outlast Black did win it on the back of those 3 different runouts. So the question is, now they're playing, appears to be again, much more conservatively, and that hadn't worked out so well as the rest of these rounds rolled on. So I really like them to continue to try and be aggressive here. That was really working, and maybe catching the more polished and practiced Aerial Rise team off guard.
Yeah. Oh! Damage onto the Habana, but she lives to tell the tale, and she's not afraid. She's going to go back up and try to take that fight again. They're going to get some of them at least, and there it is. Habana ripped off the board as we now find ourselves into a 5v4 situation. Quickly. That is going to be the nook to find the kill onto Ions, as now we get taken into a 4-4.
Looking for intel.
1 second, Whiskey.
No worries, man. So, like you said, 4-4, tied up, a minute 20 left in the round. The last opportunity for Outlast Black to hold on to this defensive half and try and get 3 for the split. But Sketch gonna take down one of the Outlast teams. So now we're in a 3v4 with just a minute left. Defense has still got plenty of utility in place. They've got the holds, some of those castle barricades still up. The bandit charge is still holding on to that wall, protecting Janitor and Tumba playing in. I was gonna say playing there in Janitor, but unfortunately losing that battle from stock. Beefy Blinder gonna refrag though, grabbing a double, but it is all up to him. Poison going to be working on getting this diffuser down right now. Mike W rotating from below on the nook. Is he going to get it? No. Poison going to take that one and win. Got ourselves a 4-2 half split. Aerial Rise taking 4. Great round there on the attacking side as we roll into the second half of this game.
Let's go. Okay, so a bit on the standard split, just done from the reverse side, right? As we see it done on attack, and now get to see Aerial Rise and what they're bringing to the defense. Now, we're going to have to see some of that aggression that we saw in the early rounds, those early dubs from Outlast Black, right? We're going to have to see a bit of that start to happen because now they're on the attack side of it, and that is arguably a ton more difficult.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, you talk about defensive side in the current Siege meta, definitely defensive sided, and so the teams that can put together great attacking wins, great attacking halves are the ones that generally win the game. So Aerial Rise definitely got the upper hand right now. Gonna see Outlast Black needs to at least match that same level in order to just push this one to OT. So they're in a good spot right now. Again, we are in an upper bracket game. This is a double elimination tournament, so Outlast would be heading down to the lower bracket.
10 seconds left before insertion.
This setup coming out of the attack side.
5 seconds
The
left
Cali,
before
Capital, Lion, Finca. This has the making for a good setup for a server push, potentially. Maybe see the Cali head into that. You can see her go either way, right? In through garage or through that server area. The garage push going to be great because of the long angle being able to be held for that server push. Now, it's 3 operators dedicated and invested in the roam game here as we see Orc, Solus, and Vigil on the board. He's going to have some very open and free sight should an IGL want to try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, I like that strategy you talked about, having the Cali play downstairs, taking the long angle. As long as they can get some of that utility to open up those lines, can get a little bit of coverage there into Vault as well, but got to deal with Brios running the Boss G. Interesting, we've seen Boss G played on defense twice now. Seems unusual in the competitive setting, but now both teams have done it.
There you go. Soul's going to be the first to fall as Sketch gets taken down. Puts the body balance in favor of Outlast here. It's the long angle shot from E3. Not going to be the case. Going to drop down. Get a little buddy system in play here as Brios and Mike going to try to get active on that main lobby line to take a little bit of damage. A lot of bit of damage.
A lot of bit damage indeed, yeah. Okay, so here's the question. 5v2, they're definitely in a great place. But there's another Boss G kill coming out. Ion's gonna finish him off though, and Brios has got almost no life left. Gonna take a shot, trying to fight a Cali far away, and the Beefy Blinder up close. And with a pistol shot to win it. Great job there from this this Outlast Black team, putting together an attack to start that one off.
Had no Fenrir this time with his OCS game flashbacks. Oh, yeah. Yep, not going to be the case. Banned out early on. Well, I guess not early. In the banning phase. All right, run it back here for the defense as they're going to head back down to the Lockers CCTV room. And bring a very
Attackers need to
similar
locate and defuse bombs.
lineup. We're going to switch out the Aruni for the Oryx. So get a little bit of that long distance, that DMR action, and of course the slowdown where it's going to force you to use some of that utility.
Yep, and Brios back on the Black on the Vigil. Like, just that stealthy play, trying again to maybe catch Outlast Black. They were playing very aggressively. See if they can catch that team off guard by maybe preying on taking advantage of
10 seconds to go.
their hubris, as you like to call it.
5 seconds to insertion.
Okay. Still, with the last second left,
Attackers are
still
moving
getting
out
some
to
of
locate a
that
bomb and defuse.
first floor presence and protection set up. They do get the hatches eventually closed. They got them opened up inside of the open area, so going to give these runners a chance to fall back after their initial gunfights. Look to see it about maybe a minute and a half into the round or so, rotating back down. And on the attack side, it's fairly standard, right? Ooh, there's some damage. Grim going to take a bunch, and that must be the Vigil that just about caught him.
Yeah, you see him heading upstairs, playing with Jackal over here, trying to hold on to this, potentially push in through the stock area, but they got to deal with the Solus playing upstairs in that hallway. And this DMR versus Cali fight, knocked. Mike W gets knocked as he hit his toe. He
Wow.
does. Ions playing the Cali downstairs. Gonna take one down. He lost almost half his HP, but survives the engagement. But in Rio, that's a huge one. That's the diffuser down upstairs, top square. So he's feeling a little disconnected here from the attacking team from Outlast Black. Taking some individual fights all the way across the map, winning a few, but also not feeling very coordinated right now. Not seeing how this whole picture is going to come together from an execution perspective.
Well, it's going to start by taking the body balance and putting it into their favor. That's gonna do it here with a minute and 30 left. You're going to start to see the bees come out, a little bit of that intel. They're going to start to drop down and get themselves set up in sight. Cali getting active from the long distance as you hear that sniper just going crazy through sight, and it's going to be a ton of intel given over from Solus. Minute 15 still left on the board, and there's the air jabs out to start to secure the flank and make sure they're not going to get approached as they're going through this potential plant phase here. It's going to be the flashes, but it's a self-flash, unfortunate. There it
Grim
is.
sending out the bees downstairs, trying to figure out where are these defenders hiding. They got to clear out one of those Aruni gates to try and be able to get that intel in place.
Just telling them right here whenever you're ready. Bum, ba, bum. Okay, so there it goes. Last bit of the bees that just headed out, and it's going to block that spot from looking towards those head holes. Sola's still getting active, but that's going to put her... Oh, man, finds one. Takes a shot through the pre-fire through the wall. Doesn't find anything, and now that the plant's starting to go down, it is a low-health scenario. The plant stops. So they realize they're going to have to focus a little bit more. Puts it into a 2v2, into a 1v2. Brios going crazy on the triple kill.
Brios triple kill coming out there in round 9, or round 8 rather, saved them. I thought for sure that looked like it was Outlast Black's round to win. Brios absolutely stealing it on a great triple there at the end.
Sheesh. Okay, 5-3 in a round that was looking all Outlast Black. They bring it right back Aerial Rise now 1 away from that match point scenario, and they're going to choose to take it up on the 2F location.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
All right,
can.
playing upstairs, so Ion's going to bring out the Cali again, and this time bring it potentially along with the Ying. Love to see that combo come out, but from a
Attackers
defensive
located a bomb.
perspective, one of your favorites, Mike W. playing the castle. For this 2F location on Bank, great play there. Add in the Mira from Poison. Got a good hold in place here for the upstairs.
Absolutely. Now, Callie going to be able to deal with some of those castle barricades, of course, which is really what going to be her job. She's going to be opening up a ton of areas. She's going to be looking for that rotate. Effectively, come in from that
5
top
seconds
square
to go.
and then just cut the site in half with the Callie on the board. So I think this is still a good call. They've gotten a couple of kills off of it already. And, man, it could be a little bit that, you get hit by a Callie, it starts to shock your mental a little bit, that devastation of the long ow.
Keep us
Okay,
secured.
and you said it too, with the Ying adaptation here, we don't get to see her
area
played
on.
very often, so not a bad round to bring her out. Doubling up on the Claymores.
You're gonna make absolutely sure there's no way that you try and catch both of those. So Ion does indeed continue to bring out the Cali along with the Ying. So they've got a lot of utility here that the attackers are bringing to the table to try and confuse and take down. Gonna get that deployable upstairs in that upstairs hallway. A really important piece of defensive utility they need to clear. They also have to deal with the
Attackers recovered the
Kiba
diffuser.
barriers. Part of the new patch dropped the bullet requirements for ARs. Kept it the same for the DMRs, but making it a little bit easier to take those down. It's still a significant investment in bullets, though, to try and take down a Kiba barrier that way.
Not to mention getting shot while you're doing it, right? We've seen it happen multiple times where they're going to destroy a Kiba barrier and they just get swung. So unfortunate, especially on the back end of being low on the ammo. First kill, however, is going to be on Beefy Blinders, and that means that they're going to have to do it a little bit less traditional, not open up the sight lines, really be restricted to those doorways and windows. Yin Candelas start to ring out, and they are going to catch the Mira, but they have a Warden on the board, not going to be afraid. Ooh, that's a tough kill. Ying gonna go down in a hail of bullets. Is Mike gonna find that kill? Now it puts us into a 5v3 with a minute left. Ooh, there's a good one.
Yeah, I don't know if they were expecting that Ying had actually flashed Castle playing upstairs in the banana hallway, and was thinking that he was able to push, but yeah, that's a tough loss. Laura's gonna try and take one, but the pre-fire from Brios comes out. Gonna lose that one. Ions is absolutely going crazy here with the Cali. Only at 7 and 7. You hear that C4 rip, scoped in, and Brios gonna finish him off. He's just coming up clutch here. The past 2 rounds, going crazy. Really pushing Aerial Rise forward in this round of 10. The first time we're gonna see match point tonight between these two teams. It's a 6-3. Same scoreline we saw in the Army of 5 versus Wanted Goons just about an hour ago. So 1F open area staff is going to be potentially the final place unless Outlast Black can win 3 in a row.
Yep, that's right. Got to be perfect for 3 to bring it back up into that OT scenario. And we're going to do it on the back of the Terse side. Headed to open area staff room
Defenders
for
protect
this
your bombs from being
potential
received by
last
attackers.
round. Although this is where we started to see the climb back, right? They did find themselves on the last map, getting up in the scoreline. With all going to be on the shoulders of Outlast, and one of the win conditions here is going to be able to keep Beefy alive a little bit longer so they can open up some of those breaches.
That's right. Try and hold on, but I have to contend with Brios playing the Azami, going crazy, and Poison bringing out the Kaid
10
with
seconds
those
to go.
electro claws. So using the sniper shot, opening up some rotates. So
5 seconds left.
this is, like you said, probably the best opportunity Outlast Black has got.
Attackers
The only
must
site
locate
they've
and
won
defuse
on
the bomb.
attack so far is that basement. So we haven't seen the open area office when Outlast was playing defense. It was one of the rounds that Aerial Rise won.
Lots of verticality being established here. You're going to see Poison going around opening everything up. Open up some of the rotates and get some vertical pressure and presence put into this map. You're going to see a lot of dedication to the roam game here. We are going to see the Melusi on the board, so still sticking with that slowdown. Going to have to find a way to deal with this Ram who's going to be opening up this verticality all over.
Yeah, heavy presence here from the Outlast Black team upstairs. Like you called it, to try and open up those sight lines downstairs. Play the vertical is the way to start. I thought for a second they were going to hot drop, but no, that was just Jackal taking a look in. The interesting thing is we had definitely seen from the Aerial Arise side or SBL, because this team's a collection of both, a lot of play with the Maestro. So interesting that Maestro's not on the board. This open area office really lends itself to that. So gonna try for the alternative, and did Twitch get it?
Ooh, that's the question.
It was close. We'll see whether or not Matumba is ready to get that hatch open, and were they able to clear the Cade Claw from the bottom of that hatch? And looks like they definitely did.
That's going to be the Jackal to go down.
He's it looks like he's waiting to Cade trick it as well. The C4 is going to get both.
Oh no, just the one, and we still have the Jackal down as well, and that's going to be. Oh man, the kill onto Ion's going to take the Twitch down. Now puts us into a 5v2 because Jackal is down, and I guess potentially. Oh yeah, they're going to rotate around, try to be able to get that up. Hopefully he's not being baited.
Yeah, it looks like maybe, but I think just got to try and find a way. I think they need to try and recover him. They're going to need the extra bodies at this point. Oh yeah, look at that! Look at that hold from below. Mike W just waiting to see, is someone going to push up, holding that vertical angle, but was not watching close. That's right, the Melusi going off, giving away Beefy's position. Great defensive setup there from Aerial to be able to identify and hold that. So now Jackal does get picked up, and it is a 2v4. Tough climb back, but it is match point. It's all on the line here for this Outlast Black team to avoid going into the lower bracket.
15 seconds to go.
And, yep, all going to be on the Jackal who did get picked up, and that's going to do it. Defender's going to run round number 10, give them their victory, and move them forward. Sheesh.
Aerial Arise, great job there. This is, again, the new roster coming out, getting a chance to play together. Mike W, MVP. So 7-3. See them take it and win.
All right, folks. Well, that's another one down, as we're going to find ourselves 2 in. We're going to get the lobby set back up for our third game coming at you. And, yeah, should be another great game. Sit back, relax. When we come back, we're bringing you the third map. Bayo.
Let's go.
just want to be myself. Don't talk to nobody else. I want to be someone special. I don't want to be a typical person. To get away from my devil, start from fresh with a fundamental. I feel it, I feel right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it right. I'm learning how to be a better version of you. And now I realize I'm talking to myself. Doesn't really need to be forever. Doesn't make you feel better. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. I feel it, I feel it right. I feel it right. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it. Wanna feel it.
of amber. Give me a breath like the fire you'll soon remember. Ooh. I'll be in the fleets and Tony and I'm singing. Ooh. Drowning melodies, propaganda. How do you do? For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back, John, I let loose. Don't mind if I do. For all the things that I've said, pushing me closer to the edge. Hand back, John, I let loose. Don't mind if I do.
Look me with your pretty eyes and run with me, yeah. 'Cause you and I are the secret. Feel my drift against your skin. 'Cause honestly, yeah, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me, let's escape, girl, tonight. Look me with your pretty eyes and run with me, yeah. 'Cause you and I are the secret. Feel my drift against your skin. 'Cause honestly, yeah, let's hold our breath. This is so real. Just you and me, let's escape, girl, tonight.
I didn't wanna see you when you came home, 'cause you always try to hurt me and that's so low. And when I talk to you about it, you're in defense mode. Whoa, oh, 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 oh. How can we work on ourselves when you say no? Whoa, oh, oh, oh. I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in.
Well, she pulling me in like a black hole, trapped in a grip and I can't break. Out of control and I can't feel my soul and my heart on my damn face. Cause I ain't be nothing without her. A king with no queen and no damn kingdom. Serving up hate with a cold vengeance. Fuck, but I hate her, we can't slay them. Yeah, she's got me hooked, I'm down, I ride. Leaving, she tried to kill me, I can see it in her eyes. Yeah, she's got me shook, this my demise. I'm bleeding, can someone heal me? I can't deal with no more lies.
I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me up? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me on me. I'll never go on like this, so don't you think you got me hooked? Yeah, I can't seem to deal with this. You try so hard to pull me in.
I'll be there when the lights don't shine. I'll be there in the sleepless nights. I'll be there, make you feel alright. I'll be there, I'll be there. I'll be there when the lights don't shine. I'll be there in the sleepless nights. I'll be there, make you feel alright. I'll be there, I'll be been trying to change what I've been trying to say. Words don't come straight from my head to my mouth. It's such a shame that it fell out of place. Was never me that was bringing you down. Why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more? could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you wanted. I wish that I could change what you why we always looking for more? Why we always looking for more?
Ooh, you wanna come and get me, kick me down and make me hurt myself. Oh no, you will never forget me. I'm imprinted on your heart, I swear. At times you make me angry, but I know that it could always be worse, be worse, be worse. Baby, baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I know everything that was about you. No, I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws that stopped you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go, we go. Round and round we go. Didn't think you would ever believe in me. Now I see your colors, now they're in my dreams. Do I need a doctor? Do I just need sleep? 'Cause I've been up for almost 3 weeks. Ooh, you think you got to me? All you did was use me. Round and round we go. We go. Baby, baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I know everything that was about you. No, I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws that stopped you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go. We go. Baby, baby, now I'm trying to forget you. Baby, I know everything that was about you. Now I'm joking, I'm looking for the bathroom. Round and round, yeah, round and round we go. Picture perfect, but so many flaws that stopped you. I don't wanna ever see you in the same room. I open up and then you hit on all my issues. Round and round we go. We go. Oh yeah. Mama said you're meant to burn as bright as a star among the midnight sky. All the pressure blinded me, but now I see I'm no different from the rest. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said
something more. I just hope I am okay with the choices I make. Maybe then I'll understand. You said I'd fly away, but my walls have kept me down. Now I'm lost and I'm afraid, and I'm close to hit the ground. You said I'd fly away. You said I'd fly anyway, but I keep on falling. But I keep on falling. Took a couple L's this week, it's been hard to get out of bed. She never looked that way at me, I swear she's fucking with my head. Take me far away from pain. Take me far away, far from yesterday. This ain't a love story, it's a funeral. Darling, damn, you look beautiful. You're killing my heart, it's the usual. Killing my heart is the usual. All you do is waste my time. Done being a victim of your phony love. All you do is waste my time. All of your hypocrisy is killing me. All you do is waste my time. Done being a victim of your phony love. I'm not looking for a love story anymore. 'Cause honey, Romeo and Juliet were chemical. This ain't a love story, it's a funeral. Darling, damn, you look beautiful. This ain't a love story, it's a funeral. You're killing my heart, it's the usual. There's no signs of stopping now. She stares at me from the ground, like it lives with him, just trying to tear me down. In this evil game, she's proud, living in my head rent free, knowing that she's killing me, she's killing me. All you do is waste my time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All you do is waste my time, yeah. All you do is waste my time, yeah, 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 yeah. I'm not looking for a love story anymore. 'Cause honey, Romeo and Juliet were chemical. This ain't a love story, it's a funeral. Darling, damn, you look beautiful. This ain't a love story, it's a funeral. You're killing my heart, it's the usual. When I was a child,
Everyone treated me badly, 'cause I was a little different. I just want to be belong. I won't let them get me down. I wanna be stronger, always remain true to myself. Let me explain. I'm so fast 'cause I'm hyperactive. Let go plus I think it makes me unattractive. But time goes fast, we should act like a fire, burning everything we know and what we require. I'm the last one, maybe is a bit reflective. We're just facts of all self-destructive passion. But time goes fast, we should act like a fire, burning everything we know, what we desire. You get what I say. There will be better days. You get what I say. Start to make some peace, let yourself breathe. You get what I say. When you know there's a better place to reach. There will be better days. Don't get yourself seized, let your feelings ease. How can me finding myself? I wanna be here at the moment right now. I'm taking my fear and make it disappear. I'll make it work good and I'll show you how. I won't let them get me down. I wanna be stronger, always remain true to myself. Let me explain. I'm so fast 'cause I'm hyperactive. Let go plus I think it makes me unattractive. But time goes fast, we should act like a fire, burning everything we know and what we require. I'm the last one, maybe is a bit reflective. We're just facts of all self-destructive passion. But time goes fast, we should act like a fire, burning everything we know, what we desire. You get what I say. There will be better days. You get what I say. Start to make some peace, let yourself breathe. You get what I say. When you know there's a better place to reach. There will be better days. Don't get yourself seized, let your feelings ease.
void opened in the air. Just suck me up, 'cause I really don't care. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I'm gone. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I am gone. I feel so hollow, hollow inside, hollow inside. Promise me everything, promise me everything, but please don't lie. Disappointment echoes in my brain. Anyone would really go insane. Empty hands promised me everything. Gave me nothing in the end. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I'm gone. While I'm falling, I wondered if you would miss me when I am gone. I feel so hollow, hollow inside, hollow inside. Promise me everything, promise me everything, but please don't lie. I feel so hollow, hollow inside, hollow inside. Promise me everything, promise me everything, but please don't lie.
Came in and you're looking like a sign of grace. I know, but I can never match your name or face. My fault, I didn't notice it was out of place. You painted fairy tales on the wall, calling to the better of the halves of me. Please show me just a little bit of honesty. I'd hope I got a heart that I can salvage, but it's getting harder now to recall. I know well, but let out both dry. You could have anything you wanted it all for your fool's gold. And I know well, why deaf and half blind. You could get anything you wanted, yeah, I would've handed it all over, falling for you. face, I know, but I can never match your name to face my fault. That when I noticed it was far too late, you left a fingerprint on my soul.
This is how I like it.
I've been in and out my mind since I hit your phone. I've been counting up the times that I did you wrong. I just want you by my side when I get real gone. Feel it's been a little while since we got along. Yeah, we've been playing stupid games, the situation rotates. And they say communication, safe relations, okay. Medicated how I'm patient, wasting time ain't the way. Cause I can see it on your face. I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now? Okay, now hold up. Let me get something right off my chest. I've been meaning to read into it, time to put it to rest. Is it stress? Is it that I ain't answer your text? Don't you treat it like amnesia, you know I always forget. Stirring the pot real hot, watch how the plot thickens. Around the clock, tick tock, need more than 20 seconds to get your attention before it's on to the next thing. And I'm over here again wondering, can I hold ya, hear your truth, pull you closer, talk it through.
Girl, you know that I'm the one that you can come and complain to. Your silhouette's amazing, but your brain is a maze too.
So can you help me find my way while I find something to say?
I know the arguing just augments everything going both ways, but baby, I can see it on your face.
I've been tossing, turning, staying up all night long. I've been calling, yearning, wondering what I did wrong. I could tell by your eyes you got something to hide. So open your mind up, let me inside, and let's make it right. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? Cause I keep trying to figure it out. Oh no, oh no. Tell me, baby, what's the problem? I'm only picking up what you're putting down. You'll be tripping, I don't know what about. So what's the problem right now?
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the monsoon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding, holding.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Siege Double Shot coming at you for the Blitz Gaming Series, and I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, my partner and co-host is still Mr. Whiskey Run. What you think there, Whiskey?
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Long pause. We had a little bit of a protest there in the game leading up. Sometimes that happens with qualifier and bracket play. We are in a double elimination bracket here in the Blitz Gaming Series, trying to find out who is going to take home that $500 prize pool, $400 for first on Sunday evening as this rolls on. So we're in our third game, the upper bracket quarterfinal tonight, getting to see those two teams. Aerial Arise taking on Arrow's Basement.
That's right, and this promises to be a good game as it's got quite a few players on both sides of the teams that you know very well. Any insight into this, Mr. Run? What are you thinking about it?
I mean, that Arrow's Basement team, we know Scary and Adept, one of the youngest cheaters in, or one of the youngest players, champions is what I was trying to think. in R6, and really great that we're going to get to see him along with Butcher, Exalt, and Arrow. And we just saw the Aerial Arise team take down. Let's see, we saw them take down Outlast Black 7-3 on Bank. So we're going back to which map, my friend?
Well, let's take a look at it. It is a best of one, so it's going to be Band City all the way down. New map's gone, old map's gone. We're going back to Border, baby.
That's right, back to Border. One of your favorites. Glad that we're getting a chance to see that one, but I think it's almost game time. Finally, we know we had a long break, so we really appreciate everybody sticking around as that protest got resolved and we made it through. So now we're getting to see this upper bracket quarterfinal game. So very close, just about game time. Now, the question is, which one of these teams going to be moving on? I think, again, Aerial Arise probably the favorite, but Arrow's Basement looking to find a way to make that happen.
Okay, Border. So it's probably, you said it earlier, it's one of my absolute favorite maps because of all the verticality that can be had, because of all the soft breach that is available. Look to see some pretty similar bands here, Whiskey. I imagine we'll be looking at another Monty getting taken out. Maybe the Brava gets taken off the board. I don't know. Can't call it. Dokkaebi going to be the first to go.
Yes, Dokkaebi down, that roam clear not going to be available. So Arrow's Basement banning. So they're starting on attack. Who do they not want to see Aerial Arise play? This was a team that played a lot of Monty, so I'm guessing Shield would be my guess.
Oh. Monty
Seth.
going to be on the board. I'm here for it. I want to see some Shield play so bad, and this is a great map to see it on. At least for that 2F location. We have seen some Monty play coming in through the main lobby for that workshop vents hold. I'm looking for some Monty play here. On the defensive side of it, I imagine probably easy call here. Get the Fenrir out of there, and then the Solus to back it up. Although it's going to be the Solus to go first. I'm almost 100% that it's going to be the Fenrir. And if not, I'm here for some Fenrir play.
Yeah, we have not really had a chance to see much Fenrir in competitive play just because he's banned out so often. But going to be available. Valk going to be gone. There's a lot of great Valk cam spots here on a Border. So having that not be available, I think a little bit of a boost to the movement through the map, not have to worry about, maybe they don't want to have to play IQ to identify some of those gadgets and can rely on the rest of the intel gathering on the attacker side, try and prevent it. So we're going to start off Armory Archives, not surprising. Aerial Arise on defense to start this one.
That's right, and they're going to go immediately for some slow down city as both the Fenrir and the castle are going to be brought onto the board. This will be great at dictating where the pace is allowed, or where the game is, or the attack is available to push into, or what kind of, or where they'll have to expend a ton of utility to get those castles down, to get those Fenrirs down. But then you also see the mute with bringing out that intel deny. We've seen it all evening, the drones being especially powerful. And then back it up with the dock. I think this is a pretty good defensive lineup here, and really is going to do a great job at setting the pace for the game.
Yeah, you called it. Great lineup in place. So We saw Aerial Rise, like we said, on bank, so this is a completely different setup, a much smaller map, tons of reachable space, but for sure we have
Bomb
seen
located by
lots of
attackers.
play from them
5
on
seconds
the
remaining.
border in general. So, and like you called it out, Fenrir going to be available.
Attackers
He's
are
on the
moving to
board
defuse the bomb.
playing, and going to block off that AC window. I know you like seeing the castle come out. Really tries to block off all those sight lines. Important part there.
Yeah, so it's gonna force that Flores to utilize those Rotero drones to start opening up sight, because that AC window is such a huge cut the map in half type map. So the first one to go is going to be the Finka getting taken off the board. No more HP to be available to be utilized here, and it's going to see the roaming mute who's downstairs playing for that verticality. Kind of like that call, you know? Let's go, a roaming shotgun with a C4 to boot. I'm here for that all day.
Yeah, I want to see the C4s playing from below. We saw a few of them come out in this first game of Border, but there has definitely been a lot of C4s in general, sort of a rise in that style of gameplay, and definitely love to see that. Not having Valk on the board going to make it a little bit more difficult, though.
Yep, absolutely. It'll look to see some of that pulse play to come out a little bit later, I imagine. So we sit in that 5-3 arena, and that's going to be the first shots to take the Fenrir off the board. So wherever those gadgets are on it, that's where they will stay. Start to see the Flores coming in, opening up some of these castles, opening up some of these sight lines, allowing the attack team to try to start cutting this map and taking this real estate. Still a winnable situation here for the attack. There's plenty of time. They just need to find one on the equalize, and then be put right back into that body balance equalization.
Yeah, seeing a 4v3, still plenty of time from the attackers here to get this execute set up. They're coming over from that sort of the office side of the map, trying to take a few shots into sight. Long angle there. Zolt. We got Nomad, Flores getting themselves set up. The breach is coming out to open up some sight lines, trying to make sure Rios was playing back in that the break security area.
And so they do get a couple of walls opened up. Do it from the long distance here. It is a low health scenario for Exalt. He is going to take just one potential bullet here. Doc can take a little bit of damage, but it's the Doc, baby. He's going to full stim right back up. It's going to be the pre-fire onto Ace, going to take him down. Now, a tough situation. Flores to find one, however, now takes him into a 2v1. 23 seconds left on the board. The cross is set.
That's a huge kill. Rios had an unbelievable game there on bank. In Rio, though, going to finish that one out, holding the pixel peak, using this shield to hold them down. Flores not able to clear out that huge piece of defensive utility. So, yeah, taking Brios down, I thought that might have been enough for Arrow to get the boost. Not going to be it, though, as Aerial Rise takes the first there on that 2F upstairs. So now, heading downstairs into the vent workshop. And from a attacking perspective, this is the first time we're getting to see this lineup from Arrow's basement. We talked about we've seen these players play individually, several different teams, but not together. So getting a chance to see them come together for the first time here in the Blitz Gaming series.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Yeah, absolutely. So, take it down to the vent workshop area for our secondary site here. We are going to bring a little bit of slowdown city, a little bit of trap action. So they're going to look to take advantage of some quick pushes up top. Both the Malusi and the Capcan going to be utilized here. We talked about how we like the Capcan early. What is it going to do? It's going to force this attacking team to really slow down, right? They're really going to have to take a little bit of an extra step to make sure that they're not going to be blown up walking through a doorway. That little split second of looking down to make sure you're not going to die could be the difference between securing your kill or flicking onto your kill and then just getting deleted.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I love the Capcan play. I think there's a reason that he had to lose his 1-5 because he was just being played so often. It's such an important part of that lineup. And all that Fenrir out just going to be played potentially every round here on defense. Border being such a difficult or small map that those push points very defined makes it a lot easier for Fenrir to try and control that access in.
Absolutely. So, move on to the attack side of it, see what exactly they're bringing to the table. Gonna opt for a bit of intel, so we're gonna see both the Lion and the Grim being utilized. It's something that you mentioned earlier, the rise of the Grim, his ability to put him, or to gain that intel without having to put himself in any sort of significant damage, absolutely huge. And so we're seeing that in his pick right here. It's lined up here onto the balcony, sends a flash in, gonna make a pull towards it. Is Kyle Style looking to get active, sees something on the side of it, but gonna take a bunch of damage. Not gonna quite lose his life, but it's pretty low now.
Yeah, Mike W rotating out of that CC through their rotate into red hallway, back all the way into armory, gonna try and hold on there. Good rotate there from him, but that has definitely given Arrow's Basement complete control there of that CCTV area. Now they're going to try and push in through that main breach. Got part of it open, it looks like. But you got Brios and Mike holding on to this. They got to hold this upper area control. That was the push in. Dangerous. Brios going to find one. Couple of impacts coming out. See if Brios can get a second. Not going to connect, though. A little bit less damage.
Yeah, so they start to push in. Floor is known exactly where they're sitting here behind the half wall. I'm just going to have to take this first engagement on as Mike W going to send a few shots through there. Instead, they're going to get a Flores drone in that general direction and try to push him out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Oh no, he's going to be able to stay in as the player gets in front of each other, really making it hard for them to push in together.
Oh, that was so unfortunate to have Exalt's head pop right in the way at the wrong instant, but Fenrir going to lose his life. Payne going to push in through those beepers, and that was exactly all the information Brios and the rest of the aerial team needed. Taking that one on defense again. Wow, all the action happening upstairs. Talked about that a lot on Bank with this aerial Arise team. A lot of the action happening off-site, but exactly where you'd expect it to be. Going to take a quick pause, though.
Ooh.
Did he catch? He did.
Okay, folks. So we're going to take a quick pause and give them a little second to reorient themselves. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to bring you the rest of this map. Ayo.
Let's go.
All right, what's up and welcome back, folks. Pause is done, data. Which means we're going to get active back inside. Be two in favor of Aerial Rise currently. They're set up on their defensive side of it, bringing a couple of similar characters to what we've seen before. The Fenrir is going to be the staple of the game. We're going to see him brought almost every single round because he is the nature of his gadget is that he is incredibly OP in stopping a really aggressive pushes, which is one thing that Border is kind of known for, right? Back before the defensive meta changed, this was considered an attacker-sided map. So bringing somebody like Fenrir to the table, couple that with the cap can and the area denial of the smoke, that's really going to slow this down, which is exactly, of course, what Aerial Rise is looking for.
Yeah, for sure. And bringing along the mute for some of that intel deny as well. Try and slow down Arrow's Basement from making the intel push in, which is exactly what they need to try and find some extra positioning here from the attackers. But They had, for me, from an execute perspective, that push they had through CC on the west balcony into sight on that previous round, vertical above sight on that last round, really well played. And it was just some individual gun skill there from the aerial rise, holding some great angles. The unfortunate, near TK there, holding them off. It looked like Arrow had that one. That was the closest we've seen them come at this point. So definitely, even though we're sitting at 2-0, not counting them out at all.
That's the truth. So it's going to be the swing. It's going to see Buck take a little bit of damage, but get himself back outside. Inrio going to be the first casualty. Here's the DMR going to ring out and take him down from Butcher. Putting the body bounce in favor of Arrows here. They sit in that 5-4. Take an extra second here. Now look at this. Could be the Mute getting active on the window. Still knows that line is there, but Mute going to pay the price for his hubris as he gets taken down, and this is looking like Church Site might be the first potential win for this attack team here, as they're looking pretty good in this 5v2.
Yeah, definitely looking good. You still got Fenrir upstairs. You still got the Wamai playing, so he's downstairs close to site, playing in that extension into workshop. And the flank coming out from Fenrir. I don't know if they know he's out in this position. No, they don't. Kyle is going to win the gunfight, though, and putting it all on Brios, playing downstairs. He's in the bathroom holding on. The cap can, the sixth man coming out, going to take one, and Brios going to take a second. Sitting at 5-1-1, their best hope right now, their only hope of holding on to round 3.
Yep, and it's going to fall on the shoulders of the attack team. They're going to have to push it. Oh, man, a couple of quick shots, and he is going to find another on the cap.
No way!
Going for the... Oh, man, he was on pace for the ace, but not quite able to get it done. So they open it up, drop, and take the shot. What a great distraction.
Yeah, great play there from Ash. The distraction made Wamai look exactly where they needed him to. Arrow's Basement taking their first, finally, round 3. And we talked about that being very close. Great shots there. And, boy, even with the double cap can kill, they were able to win that. But Ariel making it look close. They're definitely going to be checking those doorways and windows a lot more carefully in this next round. Slow them down enough that could hold this Arrow's Basement team back.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah. So we're going to switch here, or that's the op swap. Man, I'm said it wrong twice. That is the round to rotate. Going to be done, Dada, as we're going to be able to see the primary site yet again, heading back up to that 2F location, and they're just going to run it back, Whiskey. They're going to bring the same operators they brought before, really focus on slowing them down, taking away that intel, and of course adding that health to the board. And it worked last time, I imagine, unless we see a great adaptation, which we are seeing the Monty on the board. It might go similar in the way. I love the Monty pick, though.
Yeah, this is great adaptation, like you called it, from Arrow's Basement, right? They got a read on how Ariel liked to play that 2F. You had the Doc playing in the CC area. You had Rios playing from behind the, you had the Wamai playing from back behind the armory benches, right? Having that same setup, now that they've got an idea about how this is going to play out, bring in the shield, bring in the Finka, and hopefully Flores can try and get some action, move those defenders out of positions. This feels like a really good setup here from Arrow's Basement.
See if they'll be able to capitalize on seeing that the barricade's going up at the last second, so they're going to take a couple of pop shots there. Is Buck going to start opening up, and ooh, there's the grenade to go out, and that's going to be Poison going to be taken off the board. Is Exalt going to find him? Going to find a second onto Brios, and that was the win conditions met right there, as it now takes us into a 5v3, as now Arrow's feeling pretty good about this attack. C4 to ring out, does a bunch of damage onto Kyle Style, but not enough to take him down, so he's still going to be a viable option in this one-shot headshot game.
Oh, Mike W. Great shot there on Metal, taking him down.
So they're going to be the Monty starting to push up, and in this active scenario, we find ourselves in a 3-3 now. It's the main push starting to come from this breach area. I'm going to look to see if they're going to be able to capitalize. Here's that push him out of sight again, and that's going to be the shots. And Kyle Style going to take Mike off the board, and that's going to give the body bounce hit back in favor of the attack team here. But just like that, a couple of doubles ring out, and then okay.
Sketch Tuesday. Oh, what a play there. The flank from security coming across and then the run out down the hallway. Holy smokes. I thought we had 3 attackers stacked up on the doorway to Armory, looking like they had it. They had cleared out from behind the benches, taking care of the Fenrir, and then the flank from behind is what is all it took. Oh man, unfortunate loss there. Arrow looked like they had that one.
Yep, absolutely. That's why we like to see the gridlock on the board. Stop some of that rotation, stop some of that flank action, or at least give you a little heads up that it's coming your direction. Huge plays by the defense there as they're able to secure the dub off the
Attackers
back
need
of
to
some
locate and
individual
defuse the
heroics.
bombs.
And as we said it, here's the pulse going to be coming onto the board for the first time.
Attackers have located a bomb.
The Vents Workshop site setup here. Back to that C4 whiskey. 4 of them on the board to be real and fair. And then also, you see, Brio's going to be bringing out the Tubarão.
Yeah, bringing out. I like seeing the
10
Tubarão
seconds to
here.
go.
One of the things with we haven't seen. I thought we'd see maybe a little bit
5
more of
seconds
the
to insert.
footprint play from beneath, but it hasn't really happened. But
Attackers
still,
are moving to
all
defuse
these
the bomb.
breachable walls, just slowing the attackers down, committing to that slowdown game. I like it.
Yeah, the problem with seeing the feet from below is you can't see for it. That ice will stop it cold, so you gotta have to be real predictive in where they're going to be at. So, we can see Doc back in that back area. It's going to see the Brios getting active here in that, towards that break room area. So a little bit of doubled up here as they're going to know that push is probably going to start coming from that direction. They did take the Monty off the board, but we're going to see the gridlock. So it's exactly what we were talking about. You want to stop some of that flank. You want to stop some of that, cut off some of those rotates. Gridlock going to be a vital tool to get that done. I think that's a great adaptation. And not just because I said it.
No, I mean, it's a good call. Exactly what we needed to see them do here. Try and make a change. Try and find a way to get this win in place. So, got Snake and Inrio playing there in Archives, waiting, holding on, trying to see who's going to push in. And really, this attacking team, seeing Butcher on the floor has gotten a lot of action there on the defense, pushing players out. And Poison playing from below, getting the intel exactly what he needs.
So gets the C4 primed, prepped, and ready. Waiting for the push-up. Here's the sound. Gonna potentially shoot it up there. Nope. Gonna take a couple of shots through the wall bang as Mike's still getting active here. Security area. He is gonna get taken down. No more health stims where he went to. That's gonna be the body bounce now tipped in favor of the attack team. Fenrir Gadget still going off, stopping that push. Fink is gonna be the next to fall, however. So we now get evened up, 4-4.
Oh, Arrow grabbing a double there, taking down Snake and Inrio. And then Brios for a triple. It is all up to Poison, playing from below. He's still got that intel, but he's going to find one on metal. Now they know where he's at. So Arrow exalts Kyle, trying to find the lone. Paul's playing from down below. It's going to be a tough comeback, though, for them. If they can get that diffuser in place, get it down.
So he's going to wait for the drop on the back half of the map, but that's going to be the plant starting to go down as they opt to go towards the front, and that's going to put him into a 1v2. Plant's still going to go down, so now attackers become defenders, defenders become attackers, and it's going to all rest on the shoulders of Poison, who starts to take the scenic route. He's got to deal with this verticality, though, and he's going to be walking right up on it, and they're going to see him, and that's going to be Arrow to take the kill for Arrow.
I mean, great play there, holding the long angle to the doorway, right? You know you've got the Pulse playing below, who's got the heartbeat sensor, but its range is limited. It's not got the range that the Solus's gadget does, so you can hold one of those long vertical angles without the risk of him being able to see you from below, ahead of him being able to walk through the door. So good game sense awareness. Arrow's Basement going to take their second. We head into round 6, looking to find a way to get that 3-3 split.
Yeah, and that's what we saw on Border on the last one as well, correct?
Border went 4-2 in favor of the attackers.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
Oh,
can.
actually, no, you're right. Never mind. Great memory, my friend. Wanted Goons A5, 3-3 in the first half of that one. So I was thinking back to Bank here with the aerial
Bomb
rise
located
team.
by attackers.
Yeah, we're going to see that bathroom site being played, looking for a way to get tied up. 3-3, like you called it out. Arrow's basement, not wanting to go down. Not lose a round if they can. Like we said, aerial rise, I think the favorite in this case. So playing a little bit of the underdog scenario here.
Yeah, a little bit of a David Goliath
10 seconds
situation.
remaining.
But holding their own because Arrows already hit the quota. They already did their job. They
5
hit their
seconds
2
to
on
go.
attack, which means they're going to feel very solid and secure at going into their defensive half.
Attackers' objective is to defuse a bomb.
If they can get it to a 3-3, you're going to feel real good about that. So, Capcan back out. We're going to see the Fenrir back out, I think, every single round so far. Castle and Azami to slow him down, and we're going to bring out the Cade for, I imagine, for holding on to some of those hatches just a little bit longer.
Yep, exactly. Try and keep some of that vertical control and potentially playing out the same. Wow, pretty late round reinforcement here coming out, trying to block off some of this upper area there. So, like you said, the question is, can they hold on to it a little bit longer? I think the Cade's a good play there for that, right? Try and block some of that vertical control in the places you can.
Okay, holding on to the long angle. So I think we've said 100 times here on Border. That's one of the things that I love about it is the angles can get so freaking cheeky. So gets a little bit of an idea on where the push is. You're going to see that Fenrir gadget get a little bit of a late round Fenrir gadget get put out. Ooh, some shots onto the Cade. Not enough to take him down, but enough to put him in a very low health scenario. So now the cross being set up. Going to be some damage onto the Buck, and he's going to rotate his way out of there as now he finds himself in a little bit of a pickle. Yep, and he's going to pay the price for that. Man advantage into the hands.
Just a hair too late from the C4 from below. Unfortunate there, but still great time wasting going on here from this aerial rise defense. And wait, Cade feels like he's in a really vulnerable position here, playing in the back, awaiting.
And he was.
Yes, he was indeed.
Vulnerable indeed as he gets ripped off the board. Still got that stall city. They're going to try to force this. The Azami out of there, but they're going to use the impacts to destroy that. That's the last one. So another one sent's going to make Azami have to rotate out of position, making her vulnerable to the crossfire that is assuredly set up for when she starts to rotate. All tied up here with 45 seconds left, Whiskey.
And that's a really tough spot for her to be sitting too. She couldn't rotate out at all. The Kiva's blocking her in. Arrow's basement finds a way to take her off. That's Rios down. So now it's a 3v4. Very close. There's the plant going down. Got some of these defenders pushing in. They had the extension into
Attackers are
workshop.
activating bomb
But that's it. Diffuser's down.
Okay. That's what you needed as the attacker.
Oh,
Gets supposed to put it into 3-3, but with that, now puts it into a 1v3 back onto Inrio's shoulder. He is 8-3, so if anybody can do it, it's him. He finds himself one. Looking to get active towards the second here. Needs to... Oh.
Attackers need to protect the
Okay,
diffuser.
he's just going to
It
get
is
in and do it.
compromised.
Now they're watching for him. They're going to take it on the one tap.
Yeah, that's scary to win that one, but it was so close to a snake double down the bathroom hallway as he was peeking it, but just able to get one and a bit, not quite enough, and that was exactly what we talked about. If you're an Arrow's Basement fan, what they needed to go up 3-3, so got this thing all tied up now, heading in. So Aerial Arise now on the attack. See how Arrow's Basement handles defense, and this match is turning out to be a great one, my friend. We're in the upper bracket quarterfinal here for the Blitz Gaming Series to see who is going to go on further in this tournament. So there's one more game being played tonight on the main stream as well. As soon as this one is finished, we'll be taking you over to that game. And then
Defenders,
the rest of the
protect your
tournament
bombs from
being
being
played out
defused by attackers.
on Saturday and the final on Sunday. So, but first we're going to get through this one, and it has been great so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It's exactly what you want. 3-3. which is, I think, kind of setting that standard scoreline now, right, for Border, at least because of the attacker-friendly nature of the map. 3-3, not wholly unexpected here. Now, here's the deal. We're going to have to see some aggression on the side of this defense, because one thing that we know and we have said and we will see is some outlying aggression here by Aerial Arise. So look for the spawn peaks, look for those moments to isolate a couple of those players, get that body bounce into your team early. Look at that. He's being real cheeky.
Yes, he is. I love seeing that. Aggression too. I want to see more of it. I think there's the Twitch coming out, going to clear out some of that utility. We saw that to great effect as part of the bank play that we saw just in the previous game. So now a lot smaller map, clearing out more of Arrow's utility. It's exactly what Aerial Rise would like to see, and hopefully Arrow is able to hold on to some of this a little bit longer. Not going to be able to clear out the Malusi trap, though, playing top metal.
Yep, okay, so, and you're right, taking just an extremely effective use on the Twitch here, getting rid of a ton of utility here, including those default cams. First bit of contest going to ring out as Grim going to take a little bit of damage, trying to get rid of that Kiva Berry, but the push is coming in. There's still 2 players ready to take this, and that's going to be, oh. That Bailiff took it down pretty quickly.
Yeah. Interesting. I don't think we've seen that before or calculated the number of shots, but okay. Poison taking another B shot there. They're going to ping out Kyle. And they had the Buck playing from below. Snake looking for that kill, but he's going to rotate out, hide from those Bs pinging him out. And Asami's going to go down, though, trying to carefully hold on to that cafeteria area.
Yep, and she is going to get fully confirmed on the kill as Ramai going to rotate himself into the office area. Help try to maybe support one of those mirrors that was still up. Mozzie going to be the next to fall as we find ourselves in a 5v3 in Rio, and the DMR taking Exalt off the board. And now that's going to be the man advantage, tipped in favor of Aerial Rise. It starts to feel a little bit attacker-sided here as they're getting all that intel in to blow open the door, set up that crossfire, but he's ready. Great movement by Arrow to get ready for that push in on main breach.
Yep, holding that position. They got holding on that door. I don't know. Do they know? No, they don't know that Mirror was playing. Is he going to get a double? No, he's going to get refragged. Snake to find that one. So now 2v3, just 33 seconds left.
That's right, and that's going to be the plant starting to go down. So the cross is set up. Ash going for it, and now puts him into the back of the site. Malusi starting to push up. Mai coming through that closet area, going to pay for the price, and that's going to be the double to rum out. As Sketch going to find both of those. Give another win for the Aerial Arise side, giving them the scoreline advantage.
Boy, even though this team it was recently formed, we saw them play in the Outlast Classic Series Grand Final just on Saturday last week, and adding back in Snake, adding back in Poison, they are playing very well together as a team that's been sort of newly formed. Both of them, both of these teams I don't think have played together for a long time, because we know some of the Arrows Basement players have been on other teams as well. But I love seeing when a team can kind of coalesce,
protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Have a lot of success just as a new team. So it's great to be able to see that.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see what kind of adaptation they're going to bring out to the table here as you see the second round of the back end of the half. And it is going to be back in that 2F location. We are going to see the mirror back on board. We're going to see it's basically running back, but just a little more dedication to that projectile denial as both Jaeger and Wamai are going to be on the board. On the side of the attackers, they are going to bring out the sledge. You like the sledge call, Mr. Whiskey?
5 seconds.
I think from a vertical control perspective, especially on border, I think we're going to see maybe more RAM being played too with all of the. I guess on a 2F site maybe not, but because she can't go from below. But I don't know that the investment is worth it, and I think that's why we're seeing Aerial switch off. In a 2F site, it's just not as good of a pick as some of the other operators that you can bring. So good call there. I think he's sort of fallen out of favor.
Yeah, lost his nades, and that was all she wrote. So, a little bit of early activity. Buck going to start taking a look inside of customs, and good thing that he's taking a peek because the Fenrir is there being a menace. A couple of pre-fire coming out on the backside. Bounce to nothing.
Yeah, gonna take a shot on that main door, but Exalt playing upstairs in that security area, holding down tight, and like you called it out, a lot more projectile deny this time, trying to prevent some of this utility from coming in from the attackers. Gonna hold on Exalt in cafeteria and sort of bouncing between break security, trying to hold all of this area down and just waste time. So far, great shot there. Gonna take a shot on the Nomad, not gonna win one though, but just killing a ton of time up here.
Yeah, did you see where that cursor is lined up to? If that would have been, they would have peeked that would have been an insta-kill. They just have got it down on a crouch headshot jiggle peek. That's just insane. These players are insane, Whiskey.
Yeah, I'm glad that we got a chance to see them brought in and play as part of the BLITZ series, and that we had a chance to be able to cast alongside the main stream here tonight. This has been amazing. So, still money on the line. We watch this put this drone in the back. We don't have anybody playing in that site. So, main focus here for the attackers now, trying to clear out the Azami. Got 3 in play. Snake playing from below, potentially going for that vertical kill on Exalt. Now that they've got the Beast, getting him out. And there it is. Coming in from below.
What a shot. Yep. What a shot. Now that puts Sketch 1 away from getting into the double-digit territory, as we also already have Inrio in that space, having an absolute phenomenal game, but that's going to be... Swapping that! Inrio taking off the board. Unfortunately, not going to get any more kills for him for this match, but it does get equalized up as Poison going to find the kill onto Arrow. Now takes us into that 3v3 tied-up scenario. Starts to favor the defense here, except for they lose one, and now it's going to be the pre-fires heard around the world, and now it's all going to be resting on the shoulders again of Butcher, who has to have a 3-piece to get solidified up, and they've got the cross set up, but it's going to be the flank to take him down, as Buck just having a phenomenal round.
Yep, playing really well. Great setup there. Coordinated attack, coordinated push, clearing out the Azami, even though she had killed 2 minutes of time playing in that area. Finally able, with the combination of the Buck from below and the Beast from Grim, able to clear her out. So just great play there. 5-3. Seeing Aerial Arise go up on round 9. Arrow's basement is starting to get a little bit dangerous, and it is time to come back. If you're an Aerial Arise fan, you want to see them stopped right now. It's a push on match point here. But from our perspective, this game has been great. I'd love to see it keep
Attackers
going.
need to locate and
That's
defuse
right.
bombs.
2 more to tie it up, and it's definitely something you can see as we watch the Bathroom Teller's site start to ring out. A couple of fun operators on the board. Love seeing the frostbite here. We see a lot of attention towards that window, a lot of attention towards that hatch drop. So getting those frost traps on the window, the rotate, the hatch drop, all going to be very vital areas for these frost mats. And then couple it with the Oryx. I love the Oryx call here. Up here to help support the Miro. This is a very good defensive lineup, I'm thinking.
We've had this debate back and forth between Oryx and Legion. If you're gonna go with, if you're bringing him for the gun, which one is the better one to play? But it's interesting. We have absolutely seen Legion drop off from a pick perspective after this recent patch. I mean, the patch has only been live for like a day and a half, and already seeing the effect of how much he's played. I mean, we were seeing Legion being played almost every round on the defense. We're considering him for one of the top defender picks, right? Going to be part of the 5, but he's hardly been played at all tonight.
Yeah, it's crazy how quickly that can change. Impact's making such a difference. But you said it. Not gonna be played as often, and instead gonna see the Oryx on the board. Gonna be a fun pick to go against this Monty, and it's Poison on the Monty. The kid knows how to push with the shield. Now he seems to be doing it kind of by himself, however. It seems like a bit of a misstep here, even though he is. Like, Monty is now a viable option as an attacker to push by himself. Oh, look at this.
That's right. They know. You know, and he's going to try and hold him in place, but he's going to rush out. Oh, what a shot there. Jumping through the wall and cafeteria down into waiting. I mean, no rotate necessary. You're just going to go ahead and make it. They had all the intel there. And even though it looked like we were going to get poison and that Monty play going to take him down, he survives, gets out of there.
Yep, and that's going to be Oryx to find one. So it was a W rotate, able to find the kill onto the gridlock, now taking us into a 5v3. Azami, the next to fall is Poison going to find one. Inrio going to take another, taking us into a 3-3 as we get tied up here. Inrio going to be putting a ton of air jabs down, and they now have themselves a little bit of a trench warfare set up on that east balcony. But it's upstairs, and that's going to be the run out. So they're going to take the sketch off the board. Oryx getting really active now. It seems like a good pick here, Whiskey.
Yeah, for sure. They're using him. I mean, small map, lots of breachable walls, able to use his utility effectively. I mean, you've talked about the fact that you love seeing the Oryx on the board. It's they're making it work for them right now. So still have the shield, you still have Poison playing on the Monty to deal with, and you still have the air jabs in place here. So looking to make the hatch drop down into basement, but got to figure out which of these defenders are still playing downstairs. That's where the Monty comes in. Unfortunately, that deployable shield, though, is still up blocking the way in. So we're going to have to try and clear that or the defenders out for Monty to really get active.
The attacker's bomb
That's right.
has been
Triple
dropped.
kill on Exalt. He's going to finally shut them down as Inrio finds the double. 7 seconds left. Crossfire set up, and they're going to find that W and get a little bit closer in the scoreline.
Yeah, well played there. Did not realize that Frost had rotated back into Workshop to find that kill on the cross as Nomad was trying to get down that the bathroom hallway there. So we're gonna see Vent Workshop downstairs for 5-4 on round 10. Arrow's Basement not giving up, and I love it.
Yeah, one away from tying us up. That would be huge to find another W here instead of allowing Aerial Rise to get themselves on a match point scenario. This is some great Siege being played out. Man, do I love this game, Mr. Whiskey.
That's right. So if you're just joining us, welcome to the Blitz
Defenders,
Gaming
protect your
Series.
bombs
We're in
from
the
being
upper
defused by
bracket
attackers.
quarterfinal. Last game we're going to be showing here on the Siege Double Shot tonight. And we're going to have one more over on the mainstream as we try and play out this double elimination tournament. We got $500 prize pool,
Bomb
$400
located
for
by
first
attackers.
place. So both of these teams fighting for a little bit of money this weekend. We're going to see that grand final play out on Sunday evening. So stick with us as we watch this one. But first, Aerial Arise taking on Arrow's Basement. The spot in the semifinals. It's going to happen tomorrow.
10 seconds
So
left.
the big question, which team is going to make that play? Still a big
5
question
seconds
mark.
left.
But Arrow's Basement has been showing on
Attackers
defense a little
objective
bit
is
of
to
life
defuse the
here,
bomb.
winning that last round on round 9. So they've been very good, as a matter of fact, on the bathroom side. They won it twice on their defense, on their attacking half, and now on defense. So that's been their best sight across the board here.
Now Exalt going to get active early again on the Oryx. Does put him up into that. He's in that double-digit kill area. The clear frag leader on the side of Arrow's Basement. And going to go for it again. Not afraid. Does get exposed by the drone and exposed by running out. He's just going to keep the pre-fire alive, right? Doing his best to just stall him out. Force them to come attack him. And keeps throwing that pesky opponent outdoors onto the screen, right? A little bit of a distraction. Not too bad. He's doing a great job at holding on to that security area. I'm curious to see how they're going to deal with that.
Yeah, we talked about Legion not being played a lot, but he is coming out and playing down below. So we got a heavy hold upstairs, even though it's kind of spread out, right? Butcher Scary playing over on the armory side, Exalt playing over there on the security side, but Twitch coming out, clearing out some of that utility. Mike taking a ton of damage, but winning the fight against Oryx. So Exalt 12-9. Plus that quick rotate potential going off the board. They tied back up with a minute and a half left, half the round left, and still not enough control here by this attacking team. You got lots of vertical control here by Arrow's Basement. They're still holding on heavy to both the Armory and the Archive side.
Yeah, and so still sitting 4 apiece here, 4 all, as we start to see the push in towards this 2F location. Still got to find a way to deal with this vertical presence that's set up, but they're kind of both in the other side. Moose to take a little bit of damage, a lot more as they exchange between Ace and them come out. Now it's going to be the pre-fire, and then turn back around to try to take that second shot. C4 rings out, but going to find no joy on that one.
Yeah, that was great game sense there. Understanding that potentially had somebody playing from below for the C4, pushes forward, gets the kill, and then backs up out of range of the C4. Great here, and look at the attackers pushing in, but they didn't know Arrow was playing in the Armory desk. Finally, Inrio going to take him down, a triple kill, and it is all down to Kyle. Playing from
Man,
below.
that puts him at 15 kills. He's on pace for a 20 bomb here. You're going to see a bunch of explosions going down, and that's going to be Poison take Kyle style off the board. The verticality going to reign supreme here and take us into that match point scenario.
Yeah, we knew as soon as that vertical control is given up, it becomes very difficult for the defense to hold on. For sure, we've seen the rise of the first floor meta on Chalet, starting to be on Cafe as well, and that's exactly the reason why you get that vertical control as the attackers plenty of time to take down the defenders playing below. So like you said, 2F going upstairs. This one has been very successful for Aerial Rise. The 4 times we've seen it tonight, they've taken all of them on both attack and defense. So match point for Aerial Rise on what so far
Defenders,
has
protect
been
your
their
bombs
best
from being
site.
defused by attackers.
Arrow's Basement is going to have to show something really special here on this round. We might be seeing a 7-4, but still got 3 minutes of gameplay left to show us what they're made of, and I want to see it, my friend.
Yeah, so we expect some aggression. We expect some movement here. You don't want to throw lives away. You don't want to throw bodies away, but on a match point scenario where it only takes 1 more to win it, definitely look to see somebody pull something cheeky off, get a little bit active in a place that maybe isn't expected. Look at this.
10 seconds remaining.
Definitely going to make sure that he's not getting flashed out as they're pushing down this
5
area.
seconds left.
Interesting.
Is he going to put it out, put the gadget outside?
Attackers are
Yes,
moving
he
out to
is.
locate a bomb and defuse it.
Right on the border of the door there, so yeah, very aggressive hold here. They're going to go for the surprise
Defender is
attack here
exposed.
on the aerial attacking team. Not going to find one to start off with, though, with that late round rotate. So interesting how aggressive they're trying to play this. I think hoping to catch Aerial off guard a little bit. It's a dangerous play, though.
It really is. But if you find one, it's then we shout him as a hero. So I think it's not a
That's
bad
true.
idea. Fight that aggression with aggression. Base it off that you're going to trust in your gun skill. Find that early kill, and then put yourself in a good position to capitalize.
You see that hold they had on detention? It looked like it was playing all the way through the
Attackers have located a bomb.
customs area. That was a great angle holding. The question is, how long can you hold it? You see Poison make the rotate around. Along with a snake, they're going to try and push in this main door. Maybe? No, they're going to rotate back to the detention area.
Yep, look to get a little active, try to suss out who was in this customs area. Not going to find much on the intel wise, so they're going to rotate around, start to see the Grim Bees going off, meaning they know they've got some sight here as this defense is completely spread out. So that's going to be the C4 coming in to deal with the OSA, and that's going to be the diffuser down inside of sight as they start to rotate back. Now they find themselves Legion and Azami on the A chassis ready to get active, but they're being pinged out pretty regular by the Bees. Sends another one over, but that's going to be the Nomad now getting taken down. Yeah, you're going to see himself in a bit of damage here. Rio's getting active on the shots from the long distance. It is the body bounce tipped in favor of Arrow's Basement here. At least you could go off and slow down the Grim as he's taking a little bit of damage as well. This ping just being insane, Whiskey.
Yeah, taking a great shot there. Gonna find one, trade it out. It's all down to Inrio, and Arrow's Basement gonna take the 2F site the first time here. Gonna find it and win it. It looked to me. It looked like they were playing far off site. Ariel Arise had identified a gap in the defense and was pushing in that west side to plant. But Poison and the diffuser and those Talon shields going down with the C4 was the beginning of the end. It looked like it was going to be all over with Arrow's basement being so spread out, but they held it together as a team after taking down that critical C4 coming in exactly when they need it. Got themselves to a 6-5, finally winning the 2F location. So now we go to another first floor site. Got to go back downstairs.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Ayo.
as many bombs as they can.
One away from tying this up. Gonna see our first overtime of the evening here on the Siege Double Shot,
Attackers have
potentially.
located a bomb.
They're able to do some capitalization. Get those early entries like you were talking about.
I mean, just mentioned on the last round that Ariel Arise had won every 2F site that's played. Now we're on Bathroom Tellers. Arrow's Basement has won the Bathroom Tellers every time that it's been played. This is the 5th time tonight. So, crazy that we're seeing
10
these
seconds
two.
to
So the
insertion.
question is, is that stat going to hold on enough?
5
Is it going to
seconds
be
to
what
insertion.
pushes Arrow's Basement over the edge? Going to see Ariel Arise adapt in the way that
Attackers
they
are moving
do
to
here.
defuse a bomb.
Changed up their operator lineup, and who is playing which operator a little bit. I love the mute jammers on the mirror windows as well to try and provide some of that cover to keep them alive.
I love the Akiva barriers that are set up on those east stairs, absolutely making it incredibly difficult to make that push in, where generally we see a quick skirmish, but nothing too prolonged. So Azami really going to help settle into that. It's going to be a run out here, but Rio's looking for it. Not going to find anything, however. So they're running out in a different area. Still 5-5. First minute starting to
Defender
count down.
exposed.
Exalt just ready in that same position. Is he going to be able to capitalize like he did last time?
Yeah, good question. Holding that angle, but I don't think we're seeing the attackers push in that way. They're taking a different approach here, so it is a first floor site. We do expect them to try and gain some of this vertical control. They're just pushing in a different way. Got one of the defenders playing upstairs in that archives area. Inrio trying to find a little bit of an angle. Poison as well here, looking to maybe pinch Arrow. Oh, along with Mike W as well. They've got Mamaya's in a really precarious position here. Arrow's holding this tight angle, but this just does not feel like a good spot for him. He was sitting on top of the hatch, but I don't think he's in a position to be able to rotate down. He's going to take one, though. That's the Buck off. Talking about Buck pushing in. Oh, and look at that. After taking that hit, he's able to rotate out of archives into office and hold through those head holes.
That's right, and with Exalt being off the board, 13 and 10, that was definitely their playmaker on the last couple of rounds that we've seen him being real active. So good kill, and that's going to be Inrio going down. That frag leader on the other side, Bravo to go down. And now in this 4v2, Whiskey, we're starting to look at a potential for that overtime, but they've got to try to push this Azami out, and I just don't know. I just don't see a scenario in which that's going to happen, especially in this 1v4.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, this is definitely tough, although it is Brios. We have seen him make some absolutely killer plays. He's going to win versus the Azami, finally taking her down, pushing into that. Oh, we heard the C4. It was in place, holding, was able to hop off, thought maybe he was going to blow it, got lucky. He didn't blow that C4 a little too early, but the fact that it was down halfway down the stairs put directly in the line of fire of that C4, and we have hit overtime, my friend. 6-6 all tied up, a pair of 3-3 halves.
Yeah, this is exciting, Siege Whiskey. Did that C4 kill him through the floor then? They throw it up top? Oh, it was underneath?
It was underneath the floor waiting, and when he hopped over the side of the stairs, the C4 was basically eye level.
Well, let's go.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Overtime, my
bombs as they
friend,
can.
and we're seeing Ariel Arise starting on attack. And where is Arrow gonna go? The site we just talked about. that bathroom site. So that's it. They're so far undefeated. 6 times that site's been played. 6
Bomb
times
located
Arrows
by
Basement
attackers.
has won it. So we're on both sides of the map, attack and defense. Where are they going to go? Going to play what is definitely their best site tonight. Hoping to go up 7-6 on this fantastic aerial team.
Yeah. The fact that it's 6-6 is crazy,
10 seconds to
right?
go.
That we 3-3'd on both halves is absolutely wonderful. I love it. Both teams
5 seconds
neither
left.
willing to give any inch, any real estate, any free rounds. Make you pay for
Attackers are
every
heading out to
decision that
defuse
you
the
make.
bomb.
Punish the correct or the bad ones. This has been a great round of Siege. So, a couple of players on some double digits. We're seeing 16 out of Inrio Whiskey. 16. Guy in overtime for sure could find himself 4 more kills and hitting a 20 bomb inside of this tournament. And so on the side of the defense, we are going to see still going to rely on some of that intel. A couple members on the defense, in fact 3 of them, Arrow, Exalt, and Kyle Style, all putting themselves into that double-digit kill arena. Oh! Deleted!
Nasty shot there, and that is not what we wanted to see go down. This first opening pick going to Aerial Arise. It's the Arrows Basement team on a little bit of the back foot, but 1 minute down. A waste the C4, unfortunately, not going to find one. Scary droned out here. They're going to use one of those Gone 6s to open up a little bit of sight line, but kind of push him out of that position top east early.
And they did. Successfully pushed down to the basement area, or to the first floor area. Gonna get a little bit of friendship help from his friends. As Mute coming up to take that swing puts us into a 5v3 as the Azami does get finally taken down. And the mirror next to fall, which means we're looking at a potential for this attack to get their first round. Mozzie next to fall, all the shoulders. Kyle Style, he is 10-8, so he's got to be on pace for the ace, and he's got to be absolutely perfect. Bunch of damage. That is not the way that you want to start it. And they are going to get a flawless round on the OT side.
No way. A flawless there on exactly the site that we thought we would see Arrow's Basement win and Arrow Arise coming together in an incredible way there to take their first win on that bathroom teller site.
Ooh-wee, okay. Let's go. That's it. That's getting close now. And if you're Arrow's Basement, you're feeling a little bit nervous, right? You're feeling a little bit nervous. You got to go take on the 2F location. You still have to take on the Fenrir, the Castle, the Mute. This is a site that we've seen Aerial Rise win most of their rounds on, right? Didn't they lose just one of them, potentially?
Yep, just one.
Just one.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Okay. So, a potential for a last round, Whiskey, and on the defensive side of it, it is the exact same lineup that we've seen several times before. Gonna bring the Doc out for the health, gonna bring Mike W bringing out the Warden, so not gonna be blinded by any of those smokes. Got a a deployable in his hand to help hold off that Monty. Castle to slow him down and stop some of those crossfire angles from being set up. Mute on the intel deny, and Fenrir just on the general badassery that's Fenrir.
Yeah, Snake 14-9-4 going crazy. 17-8-6. There is a look at the assist that this Aerial Rise team had. It's crazy how many just taking bits and pieces off of this Arrow's Basement team constantly, and maybe a bit of a difference maker there. So I'm going to see them try to hold it together on defense. Each side went 3-3 on the half, so no clear advantage attack or defense so far. It's been more site-specific, like you said. Aerial Rise had taken all of the 2F sites with the exception of round 11. The last time it was played, Arrow's Basement came up with a win. So definitely a little bit of momentum in favor of Aerial Rise here, winning at 7-6. So now all of the pressure is on Arrow's Basement. So it is an opportunity to go down to the lower bracket. So it's not a go-home scenario since we're in the upper bracket semifinal or a quarterfinal. But with that opportunity to play in the semifinal Exalt going down early. You talked about him being the kill leader last round. Not going to have a chance to increase it, and that's another open pick going in Aerial Arise's favor. They are locking in and turning it up when they need to.
Yep, absolutely. That's going to find another one onto the Deimos. Unfortunate, the Nuwak going to get taken down, and that's going to put the body balance huge in favor of Aerial Arise. 26 assists to be exact, Mr. Whiskey. You're right, the buddy system in place in a very heavy way. So now they're going to start to put some pressure, but not going to even be a problem for Sketch, as he's going to find himself with that kill. Now puts him into a 5v2. The Fenrir Gadget going off, blocking all of that sight. It's a little bit easy. He's just holding on to this area. Same thing like we saw the Azami be entrenched, warfared in on the last round that we saw this 2F played. It's the same here. Oh, the triple kill.
I thought we were going to see Ace maybe trying to open up a sight line into that cafeteria hold, but no, unfortunately, they tried to double up, tried to push. They get the refrag, but that was it. Aerial Arise taking it in a 8-6 hard-fought overtime victory, my friend.
Yeah, no kidding. What a W. Okay, Aerial Arise securing themselves a dub on Border. They're going to be moving on to the next round. Lots of people in that double-digit kill area. Five players in that double digits. Huge. Lots of killing going on.
Lots of killing and lots of assists too, like you called it out. Incredible amount of assists for them to get together, and great showing for them. 2 great games in a row we saw from this team, and Aerial Arise definitely earning their spot. So I appreciate them being a part of this Blitz Gaming series, the very first tournament that this new series, this new organization here is putting together. So glad for them and all of the other teams to be a part of it as we rolled through what is the kickoff tournament double elimination. There's still plenty more games to come though, as we've got one more on the mainstream as well, and then those some more lower bracket games taking place tomorrow, with the final taking place on Sunday. So a lot more to look forward to. And I think what we've seen so far, this Aerial Arise team looks like they're going to make it pretty far in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing very well. It was a GG's and a GLHF for Arrow's Basement, as they did a valiant attempt, took it all the way to OT, but alas, just could not pull the victory off. And you said it. We've got a raid coming up. We are going to raid the main channel of the Blitz Gaming series so we can watch this last game together. But alas for us, well, also, hey, we got a lot of more Siege coming up for the Siege Double Shot. Just to let you know, this weekend has got the Whiskey Boys full to the max. So make sure that you're checking out for those noties, because they're going to be sending you all weekend long. We have got some Siege coming at you. I think we're there, Whiskey. What you think?
Yes, indeed, my friend. Appreciate being able to cast with you, and big thanks to both of the teams, well, all of the teams we had a chance to cast tonight. We are glad that we could have got you on stream and give the opportunity to be able to cast you also. A bunch of goated players and teams here tonight taking place, and big thanks to the Blitz Gaming series for having us on to be the second stream tonight.
Yep, that's right. All right, folks, that's it for the Whiskey Boys. So alas, we must bid you adieu. And as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Ayo.
Let's go.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding. need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding on. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single